Right, hi, my name's Stephen Courtney. I'm from Cape Town and up here in Boardwalk doing round 4 of the Monster Jam series. Well, I'm fairly new at poker. I've only started playing live from late last year, started playing at the beginning of lockdown, but it seems to me like it's growing in the last year. I've really seen a pickup in especially the Monster Jam series, but also the play up in Joburg, so it seems like it's growing. Yeah, I've played the whole series, so this is round 4. I've played the other 3 in Times Square, Sun City and Sibaya, and yeah, I'm planning to do the 5th one in Cape Town as well. Yeah, so I've really had a good series at Monster Jam. I've managed to cash in the main of all the first 3, which is quite unique. I'm not sure if there's any other player that's managed to cash in all 3, so proud of that. And made the final table at Times Square. So that was the biggest tournament, 501 players. So it was my first Monster Jam, and to get to the final table, top 9 was great. Unfortunately got knocked out in 9th position, but really stoked to have made the final table there. So that's an interesting question because everyone has their favorite hands. Some of them are not great hands. Some people enjoy King 2, or I really enjoy Jack 10. I don't like Ace King. It's a bit of a trappy hand. Often people overvalue Ace King. I like King suited, King X suited. Many hands I enjoy. Everyone has their own favorite. So I've never been to Vegas. I've traveled a lot, but never for poker, and definitely have ambitions. I would love to make the top 10 to join the team going across. I'm currently ranked 23rd on the leaderboard, so need to get some lucky cashes to build up my points, but will certainly go next year if I get in. Otherwise, I'm going to look around and see what small tournaments there might be in Europe or Southeast Asia, and definitely have a plan to go and play somewhere overseas and get some experience. Definitely.
Hi, my name is Hagar Dayani, and yeah, I mean, love MJPT. About the poker scene in South Africa, it's small. It's a number of players, but it's good to see some new players come in all the time. The nice thing about MJPT is that you always get new faces and new guys that form a love for the game. Yes, I have played. I've played all of them, and yeah, it's always something that we look forward to getting there. Sibaya is good, Sun City, and Pretoria is always big, which is quite nice. The fields are big, and the prize pools are always quite massive. Yeah. Yes, I have made a couple of final tables. I've won a couple as well. The ones that I've won tag team, I've won Diddle Slam, and there was one slow roll as well. I have made final tables, I think all of them, but I need to cash in more. Well, the best starting hand is the winning hand, but yeah, I think it's not about the start. Any hand is a good starting hand. It's what brings out on the flop, and that's where the game starts. I've been about 6 times. In fact, I went for 6 weeks this year. Vegas is amazing. It's awesome. Fields are amazing. Poker player's dream. I recommend for guys to obviously get enough experience, so then you can go to Vegas. But yeah, they call it a dream for a reason. The pots are big, and if you make it, you make good money, but it's always a chore.
Good morning and welcome back to the Boardwalk Casino in the beautiful city of Quebec in the Eastern Cape. This is your Sunbet Poker Tour. This is our fourth stop on our national-wide tour, and we are in day 9 of the series already. And this morning will be the continuation of the main event, day 1C. You've just seen a recap of what happened yesterday in the Aston Sunshong Memorial, the tribute to that wonderful man from this area. We had 62 runners in that, which was a fantastic field. We exceeded the prize pool that was guaranteed of 1.5 million, went over 2 million. And the winner was Alvin Pillay after a hard heads-up battle with Joe Stegers. You saw some player profiles to give you a little bit more insight into some of the players and what is happening here. And we're busy setting the feature table for this morning. They will continue with that day 1C, as I said. And in seat 1, Rudy Ferree, 169,000 chips. In seat 2, Sheldon Gruvier, 159,000 chips. Seat 3, Mark Liffman, where the button will be, 242,500. In seat 4, Charles Blichnout, 48,800. Seat 5, Clayton Tallywanth, 56,700. Seat 6, Max Devison with a starting stack of 40,000. Seat 7, Basil Nika, 56,800. And in seat 8, local man Chris Gower, 94,200. Dave Ralph, the tournament director, is just busy setting out the chips for the player that's not yet arrived. Anybody that's not there on the start of time, their chips will be blinded out so long, they will be in. And there's a view of some of the other tables busy filling up. Some regulars there. Mr. Harold Brooks, we can see there. We saw Howard Lipman to his left. And if we pan around the room, we'll catch some of the other tables as everybody starts making their way in for the 11 a.m. start. As you see, it's busy panning across. There's other players busy streaming in past the cashier's desk. They're all busy making their way to their tables. Gary briefing the players. And we're about to get underway. The blinds will be 1,000 in the small blind, 1,500 in the big blind, and a 1,500 big blind ante. So still pretty deep here if you come in with a starting stack this morning. And we won't be too long and the action will be underway. The cards are fanned out in front of the dealer. Philip will be our dealer this morning. As I said, the button will be on seat 3. It is Mark Liffman coming to take up his seat now. Clayton Tallywanth standing there as well. A young and exciting player. We first got a good glimpse at him at Sabaya. He took a month before the series and played all the satellites, won a number of seats, and then had some really good results at Sabaya. So he's someone to watch for the future, putting a lot of effort and work into his game. So we can look forward to some exciting poker from him in the coming series, especially in his home series in Cape Town coming up at the end of November. Gary's just going through the chip counts with all the players. He will have briefed them as well as to the etiquettes on that feature table, cell phones, etc., where to put the cards in the boxes. And the number of other things coming up today as well. There will be a day 1D, which is the turbo event, sort of a last chance saloon to get in, where it's the same starting stack, but much shorter. Instead of the 1 hour blind levels, they have 20-minute blind levels for you to try and spin it up and get into day 2 of this 2 million rand guaranteed. And I have no doubt we're going to exceed that guarantee as well. We're already over 140 entrants from these day 1A, day 1B, and day 1C so far. Still time to enter into this day 1C now at this break, as you saw Max Devison coming in with a starting stack. And there's the table mic sounds. You'll be able to hear the players now. The familiar sound of chips being rifled is riffling, the chip riffling as players get underway. There's a view of another player. There's Darren Kramer taking up his seat as well. You had the privilege of having him in the commentary booth twice already over the series. He sat once with, well, actually 3 times. Once with Gary, once with myself, and then, of course, he sat with Max Devison a little bit yesterday afternoon. So there's a few minutes delay because this was the end of the registration period this morning, late reg, and a couple of players are still buying in, so they're just waiting for that to happen before we actually get underway. There's Joe Steggers standing up in the background there, but Stephen Courtney had a really good tournament, and he was coming off the double success in Dar, as we mentioned, up in Dar es Salaam. Had a lousy series in Sabaya and Sun City, by his own words. Good run in Times Square, and then ran super well in Dar, winning both the high roller and the main event back-to-back there. Here's our favorite butcher, Mr. Johan de Graaf, as well as Benny Quinn, local player. And you can see all the people busy taking their seats. Tim Makanusi as well there, in that familiar England shirt of his, and you'll see probably put on the Stanford cap. That's sort of his poker outfit, if we can put it that way, when he's in serious mode at the bigger tournaments. You see in the right-hand side there, next to Siku the dealer, we have Manesh Kashev. See Mr. Henny Appel in the background there. So everybody taking up their seats. So we're just waiting for the last few players to register at the cash desk and to get seated, and then we'll be able to get underway with this. There were over 60 entries into this day 1C. There were 20 odd remaining overnight, but we can see there's more than that out there, so those are all the late reggers that have jumped in and come back in to start today. And I just kept quiet there. You could hear Davey Ralph in the background announcing the blinds, the 1,000, 1,500, big blind ante of 1,500. And he gave the familiar call, shuffle up and deal to the dealers, and we are underway with the first hand. Basil Naika under the gun with 9-7. Chris Gower, 9-4 off, he's folding that. Rudy's already folded. Round to Sheldon Crevier, 8-4 off. He'll fold that. Round to Mark Liffman. On the button with Queen 10. Got a big stack there of 243k. He's going to put in the raise. Charles Bluchner to his left. 5 deuce offsuit. He's got out of the way. Max Devison in the big blind with the king 10 will defend. So we're going to go 2 to the flop of the first hand. And straight away Max has hit the king. Expect him to check here. He checks, and Mark Liffman will put the continuation in. Bet 6,000. So Max with the 10, with the king, with the 10 kicker. So he's blocking the 10 for Mark. You can see the percentages now for Mark are very small. Only 4% because he would need runner-runner. Max makes the call.
Max always looks in pain.
He does. The ace will be a card that helps Mark. It gives him more outs, but also it's a card that he can represent now that he put a standard continuation in. But he checks the turn, takes the free card. He finds his queen on the river, but the check mark is with Max.
Yep. Max with the king here. Got it all day. The ace might actually save it.
Max checks. Mark Liffman checks behind because he's got showdown value with that queen now, and he got called on the flop.
Yeah, a smart move. Don't want to get too excited there.
Yeah, once he finds the queen on the river, he doesn't have to try and bluff at it. He's got showdown value, and he did get called already on the flop, so he realizes he's probably behind.
Oh, there's what we're playing for.
As Gary says, that lovely bracelet for this event, the main event bracelet.
So 3 tables left in the main event day 1C. And this afternoon brackets this evening, we will be doing day 1-2. and sorry, day 2, not day 1, 2. We'll talk about day 2, but they will all come together, and at the same time there will be a turbo as well for those who were unable to make it to get here on the normal day ones, and that will be day 1D, but that will be a turbo event. Same amount of money to get in, just a bit quicker, so that you can get into day 2 and have a fighting chance. Chris Gower, East London man. One of the East London guys, 3.5 hour drive from here, and had a chat with Chris yesterday out in the reception there. Excited to be here, play some poker, and now super excited to be on the feature table. So welcome to Chris, representing East London Massive. Nice to have you. So we got 4/5 of a raw flush here.
Yeah, they're all there, just short the queen of diamonds.
So it looks like the action is with Shaw. Random max. Pocket 2s for Basil.
So Basil comes along with the little ducks. We'll go to the flop. So no obvious help for anybody on that flop. Can't see Rudy's cards. Six doesn't change anything other than giving a gut shot to Mark. Rudy now comes up betting. He was the pre-flop aggressor. Mark folds that gut shot draw.
Yeah, I think that's a wise move.
Nothing for Shaw. And the twos get out the way, and Rudy will take down the hand.
Rudolph in the house. Rudolph normally would show his cards. Nope, decides not to.
So a nice pot taken there by Rudy.
Not too slouchy.
There's a view across of all those tables, the 3 outer tables as Gary said, and then the feature table. See Joe Steggers in the background there as well. I said, was telling the viewers while you were setting the table there, Gary, the lovely heads-up battle he had with Alvin Pillay yesterday.
Did very well. Yep. Made some cheddar for his calls as well.
So Rudy, 6-3 suited. Folds that. Sheldon 5-4 off. Right to Mark Liffman. Fold that. To Shaw. 9-6 suited in the cutoff. Get rid of that. So Max on the button with 9-4 suited. He raises the button. Pocket 2s again for Basil.
I think he kept them.
Yeah.
He said, why am I on the feature table? I said, you look great in yellow and you had your hair done. Nice man, Basil. Very nice.
Chris comes along for the ride with diamonds as well, Jack 7, so Max won't want to see a whole lot of diamonds.
A little venture into the diamond street. Well, there's 2 diamonds for you.
Wow, that's an action flop then.
It's going to be pretty sick if one comes. I mean, Basil is a holding one, so pretty slim chance, but you never know. The poker gods have a way.
Basil gets out the way with the 2s again, but I don't think Chris is going anywhere. He's flopped a pair with the draw. He's called.
4 of hearts on the turn.
So now Max also has a pair with a flush draw, but he's way behind. Chris elects to bet now. Did he? No, he reached for chips and then put them down.
It doesn't get there on the river, the flush, so it will save Max some money, I think. The only way he gets rid of him is to bluff him off it, and I don't think that's going to happen.
No, he checks it down.
And he'll be thinking, I'm glad the diamond didn't come.
Yeah, that will be going through his mind now. I think, oh, I was calling for that diamond. I'm so glad it didn't come.
And there's a nice shot of Chris. So Chris, very nice chap from East London, up here with the boys and enjoying his time. And I'm really pleased to give him the opportunity to be onto the feature table. I mean, these tables are the same tables that broke last night. There's not been a redraw overnight. And it was just a case of the random draw for the 3 tables left, and these guys got to come up here. So I would imagine Mark will lose some people, and we'll probably end up with 2 tables. There's Jan de Goff, of course, and Mr. Q. Andre, he's got, how many Everton shirts has this guy got? I mean, that's blue, purple, turquoise, pink.
He's a serious Everton fan. He's
Yeah, I know. I'm giving him some flack about it. And Manish here with his sky blue. Oh, he's now in the back picture there with Ahmed. So I sat with Sheldon this morning for about half an hour. He's not been a well chappy, and you know, we don't need details, but you know, he's been a little bit sick of late, and we wish him well. And he said Zoe will be on later, and he's asked it that once she finishes her exams, that he can come and give her the tour here. And I said we'd be delighted. She's always on the line and supports the streams a lot. So yeah, we look forward to meeting her.
So raised by Mark Lippman with the A7. Chris Gower makes the call from the small blind. Rudy in the big blind with 8-5 suited, he's got out the way. He wasn't there, he's out of his seat. So there's a 7 for Mark. So he will continue.
Chris with 2 hearts here.
Yeah, there's nothing going for him. Folds with the 7.
Jack 9. Jack 8.
You're on the outer table.
Beautiful Sunbet poker tour logo. We like that. There's a challenge, Mark. Who are those 2 guys?
The gentleman on the right with the glasses is from Cape Town. He came in yesterday.
Yeah. The other chap just bought in this morning. I was stood there when he bought in. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. No mistake in Kramer, of course.
So those extra late entries have swelled us to 4 tables this morning, the feature table and 3 outer tables.
That's good news. So the man giant, Joel, he folds.
Max in the hijack with ace-9.
And Max will not be inactive. Trust me, he'll be. When we look at the VPIP, give it an hour or so or half an hour. Trust me, he'll be up there.
Yeah, he will be very active.
He'll work their stack very quickly.
Chris has got involved a few times already this morning. He's got King Jack to come along. Sheldon with the ace will call in the big blind, ace deuce. So we've got the flop, and Chris has flopped best, yeah? Sheldon's going to lead into that flop with ace high.
Not much cookie there, apart from the ace that he's got in his hand. Looks like he's going to peel.
Max floating 1. Chris is now sitting with a king with a jack kicker.
I fancy a raise, but I don't know, it looks like a flat.
And he's flattered because it's been bet and called.
Yeah, I still fancy a raise here with a jack kicker. It'll protect your hand.
Board becomes straight here and gives Max some more outs.
Sheldon's got 0% here, so he's hoping to say shut down or move on.
Yeah.
Max needs to make a move now.
Here's the player behind that called the flop bet, but he's going to bet.
He has to make a move here. He's got to set it up for the river. He's going to take this pot down. He doesn't know Chris, I'm pretty sure of that. Chris won't know him either.
Chris makes the call.
He'll know him from the video last few days, I'm sure, but that's about it. And there you go. That's your insurance policy in place, Chris.
Yeah, I don't think Max gets rid of him easily now.
No. Solitary king, you can think about it. He needs to put him to the test big time. He set this one up for a river bet. I mean, that's why he did it. Let's see if he carries it through. follow through. Should be a little shove here, or I mean, definitely calling. I mean, yeah.
Makes the call.
Max, I'll put these face down. Almost, I would have thought.
Yeah, he does. Chris doesn't have to show even.
No. Yeah, I mean, Max, the reason he bet on the turn obviously was to set up a bluff on the river. He put it in and asked Chris the question. Chris with top two there's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he was just too strong to get him to fold.
Yeah.
Maybe he could get him to fold a solitary pair, but not two pair.
Yeah, so, you know, even though Max came out the wrong end of that, good play, you know. You gotta make your own luck in this game as well sometimes. And nice solid play from Chris also. So there's Steve Courtney and Clayton Tallywan out there with Mr. Brooks. I've already said morning to him. What's that lad's name? Cape Townian chap. Joe Steggers is here as well. I hate it when I'm sure I'm losing my short-term memory. What's that quicker Kasasaganusi on the end there?
Calvin Ferreira from Cape Town.
Is that his name? Ferreira, yeah. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Well done, good remember. Max is 7-2. I think he'll return these to the dealer.
So they balanced Clarkson off here. Clarkson was going to be on this table.
That's correct, yeah. They balanced him off and then brought somebody else on. But that's the nature of these. Chris needs to raise this up here in the cutoff. Yeah. Run to Rudolph.
Rudy comes along.
Pocket jacks for Rudy.
Just flat in, 3-bet. In position, of course. And Sheldon with kings.
That's not interesting.
Speech.
That is interesting. So what happens if I re-raise here? What happens?
Okay, so player played out of turn.
You can do whatever you want. And if I fall,
Looks like, I think it's Mark, I'm not sure, but looks like Mark played out of turn. So Sheldon's asking, that's interesting, what happens if I play out of turn? Blah, blah, blah. But it's simple. If you change the action, then he can take his bet back. It's that simple, really.
So one of those Kramer moves, you know?
big stack moves, huh? You simply not believing what I've got.
Let's put it this way. There's no version of him folding.
No,
There's no version of him flat calling. So there's one version, which is Mark Lifton has got ace king here, and he folds.
He folds now after that. You see this
Which he
just-
can.
Yeah.
Obviously, the action has changed. Rudy might call him here.
Me? No.
Now Mark Liffman holding on to his cards, but he has folded.
That's
The nines go out the way, so background to Rudy.
There's only Rudy who can call him.
You're lucky he doesn't.
Won't you send the flop?
You're lucky he doesn't just call.
Actually, Mark
and then
Lifton
the ace
did
comes
call.
what then? You know how many times I've lost with the ace?
No, he folded.
But he didn't fold.
And as did Rudy with the jacks.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. No, but listen what I'm saying. I'm
Rudy's
calling,
saying,
you
what a
go
setup.
all
Nines, jacks, kings, ace, king.
That's Manish.
Yeah. Finish. Chef.
That's a form change.
It's 100% Rudolph, and then he goes all in a call, and then an ace comes. What then?
What do you want in life?
I could have made a straight.
Next.
But then he would
I
have
would
made
have
a
flat.
set.
Of course. Not with my hand.
Could have flopped
Hijack.
Could have flopped the ace.
Could have flopped at two aces, the other had two aces.
Get all the information you want.
When that is all done and dusted, Sheldon picks up a healthy 25k profit.
Big side aces.
How many times I've had things
Understand his philosophy, especially his market bet in front of him. I mean, I think if you ask 10 players, you probably get 4 different answers. You know, everyone's their own. You know, protect my hand, put in as min raise, try and get other people in the pot. You know, 5x, etc., etc. You know, all of which are valid.
I've got king, so he moves all in. I snap all in. And I said, well, I'm folding. I got to him.
You know how many times that's happened to me in the ace comes?
Sean gets up to wait.
Pull in. But I had him beat. Keep going. Keep going.
No, Sheldon, you have to play.
I don't think you put your own stack in there, Mark. He's got quite a deep stack. He already knows that Mark is raising.
And if you hit the ace, I would say, well done. Turbo, here we go.
What do we know? I mean, he just flat calls or whatever, and then an ace comes on the flop. So, you know, he's still 125k. Yeah?
Absolutely. I didn't see what Mark Lipman's action was, if he re-raised or if he just flattered.
I think he raised. There was a significant amount of chips there. I don't know this for sure, but I think that's why Sheldon said that this was a curious spot. Don't know. Didn't see it, obviously, because we can only bridge to Sheldon's chips once. Sorry, Mark's chips once Sheldon has played.
But you played. I will remind you every single day. I don't know the times you
Played it like an
things
amateur.
come around.
Played
Yeah.
it like an amateur, which we are, aren't we?
I mean, I'm
Only
so
pros are there.
shit scared for ace, I'll just go all in.
No risk.
It's good to get in or bad.
So back to the action here. Sheldon back into the fray. He's raised it up to 3-5. Big shoal has got city connectors here and a small blind. Little floats here, Mark. What do you think?
Yeah, I would have, but he's let it go.
I was trying to steal the.
Going to get action from Max. We've got him dominated. Max is short stacked. This could go all in. There we go.
He's not going to be shy to go back to the cage either.
I don't know if he can. I don't know if that was the end of late registration. I'm not quite sure.
He'll just register for this afternoon.
For the turbo, yeah.
Thanks for good.
Because if they were waiting for players at the cash desk, then it might mean that it was the end.
You're right. No, he wants to play that way. I'm saying he's right to play that way.
One ace gone.
You're informed. So watch what's going to happen.
One ace gone, two left.
So it's been all in and called by Sheldon here.
That's just in the flop.
There's a straight draw now for Sheldon. Got 3 jacks, that's out. Otherwise Max will double up.
I thought that jack.
No jack, and Max doubles up.
My stomach was going up in turns. You ever lose?
So all in there. Looks like Joe is all in. Takes down that hand from Tamakanusi.
Yep. Didn't see it all the way through.
I had a very similar situation many years ago at the Royal Rumble where Gareth Khalil raised out of turn next to me and I'd pocket king, so I flattered. His raise stood and went round the table and he got 4 other quarters and then I put it in. Picked up the extra chips. So if Mark did put a sizable raise in, I would have tended to flat in Sheldon's position, goes round and then put it in.
Yeah, assuming the raise was sufficient enough for you to be able to put it in.
Yeah.
I mean, and obviously there's several rules that you need to know there. Whether or not Sheldon was thinking of that, I don't know. And still to be confirmed whether or not he had raised. I'll ask Mark when I see him.
You raise with 9. Cost me 6,000. What the fuck? Is the other position? Yeah, you have got it long, baby. And the worst is the worst hand open. The second worst hand reopened.
So it's been raised here by Sheldon from the hijack. Mark Cliffman gets out the way, Shoal folds. Devison with the ace in the small blind. Let's go. It's round to Basil now. His suited ace, he's defending his big blind. Nine for Sheldon. Nothing there for Basil. Backdoors only. Sheldon will continue.
What did Sheldon start with this one?
Start with 159, Gary.
59. Okay.
He
So
picked up
he's-
profit and then he lost the...
Yeah, I was just thinking of the all-in with Max, so I was going to see how much he put in there. But, so he's still ahead.
Yeah, he's still ahead for the day. He had a plus 25 gain from that hand with the kings, and then he lost about 12 to Max.
Gareth says, good morning. Had my worst night of poker last night. Need to watch the stream and get off my tilt. There you go. That'll get you off the tilt. Those two beautiful ladies there, Betsy and Caitlin.
Hard at work as always. Catering to all the players.
I was definitely flattening. 100%. Definitely.
Rudolph will be your under-the-gun player. He folds.
You're actually wrong by saying that, because you don't want it.
Sheldon Jack 5 of clubs.
2 of your 3 in the maximum hand, not 5 people.
Yeah, but he knows by then his head's up to you. He's got all the information in the world.
That he has, yeah.
And one of them
Saying
must have had
if
the
I
ace.
didn't act, Rudolph, if I never acted, I'd have done. That's you. Different scenario. I'm up anyway. Thank God I spoke out of jail. Oh, we don't know that for sure.
Been raised again by Sheldon. Chris was about to check his big blind. Finds out now he's got to put more into call.
Make the highlight reel.
It's quite a sick hand. In general, but
So up and down straight draw here for Chris. And the gutty there for Sheldon, eh?
Yeah, Sheldon with the overcard gutty.
I mean, it's not, we're only 7-handed. So
That'll do.
you mentioned 5-handed.
That's a straight.
Yeah, so now Sheldon needs that 8 on the river.
How do you fold the straight, Max? Yeah, you worse than Sheldon then. You fold the straight, he folds.
Good fold.
You know,
Good fold, young children.
If he open folded kings to him. I folded kings before. So,
Fuck me, listen to this now.
any
How the
open-
fuck do you fold kings? He's
any
straight,
apple,
bring
at
him
that
fold
stage
kings.
he was very tough.
No, it's not about that. How do you fold kings? How often do you get kings in a
Folded
lifetime?
kings.
How often do you get kings in a lifetime? How the hell did you fold them?
So he opened, I reopened.
Can you believe he folded kings?
He reopened,
How
I
often do you get in a
reopened,
lifetime?
he went for it.
Saw someone called aces. Free flop.
Yeah, but the
Desmond Willifonte as well, local player, did very well in one of the previous events.
I'll stack him. It was a cash game.
You had aces.
No, he had aces. He folded ace. He just said, I'm in form. I mean, you know, James is completely lunatic.
Yeah.
As it happens, he would have won the hand. He ran it up.
So pocket sixes for Sheldon now under the gun.
Probably those days 100,000 rand. I think I had ace queen or something like that.
He raises.
only one person. I think we must check this.
Pocket fives for Mark Liffman will set mine.
Don't overplay ace king. No, but you saw that hand. That was all everybody showed. You don't even have to wait.
I folded my queens very fast.
Not saying that one, I'm saying these are.
East London corner.
Right.
Basil is folded. Chris Gower comes along with the king queen, and Rudy in ace-8 suited in the big defends. So we go 4-way to the flop.
Well, the hand.
And there is a set of sixes for Sheldon. Gut shot for Chris. There's nothing there really for Rudy other than backdoors. Sheldon going to bet his set because he's got multiple players in the hand. That lets Mark out the way with the fives. Chris is going to come along with his gut shot. Seven is no help for Chris. Still got the gut shot. Sheldon will bet a bit harder with his set now. Make him pay for that draw.
Did that save you some money? You know what the flop would have been, Gary? You see the cards, don't you? Oh, you don't have them on the thing. I can't tell you on there. It's 30 seconds, but I wouldn't have seen it there. You can't see it. No, unless you got it. Okay, guys, the screen is now live, by the way, if you want to send your family details or whatever. It's going out. But yeah, because if you're all in, that, he can then flat.
Yeah.
That's just discussion. We've had lots of discussion.
Gary out there discussing that hand with the players.
Doesn't flat clean there.
Another sign, Gary.
I can support Sheldon's argument.
No way.
Gary, it was a
Does he
sign.
want to win a tournament or does he?
Sign. Yeah.
Does he want to win a tournament or does he want a bubble?
No, I support Sheldon as well. He's got to protect his hand, you know?
Never in my life.
I've got no problem.
I'm never flat.
He was counting profit, that's all that matters.
He's saying that, and he just a minute later he's telling us how he folded pocket
The
kings.
action was.
So the banter will continue out there. I'll just let you listen in.
You guarantee yourself a 21k win. 9, 9, and 3. But you could have had that stack.
Yes, and I could have lost it as well.
Everything that would have been.
Could have had the stack.
Everything could have been. Yeah. Imagine the stack now. He would have been unbeatable. Now we can woo him. We know he's soft. Yeah, he's soft.
You saying 2 out? I didn't know.
So
that
Gary
was
will bring us news from the outside there.
All the information. What will he get?
I actually asked Mark, I said, did you raise it or just flat? He said, no, I was all in. He said, and that's why we're giving him carrots, because he didn't, Sheldon didn't just flat. I said, I can still support Sheldon's argument, you know. He doesn't want him ending up with
He's doing coaching, it's on YouTube.
and yeah, talking to Sheldon, his daughter's on.
Yeah, waiting for you to come back. He doesn't read any of those out.
Well, let me tell you, Bowie, because you're online, you've probably already heard this, but
King of Blood.
your dad was singing your praises this morning,
King of Blood.
and we've organised for you to come over to tour once you finish your exam. So we look forward to catching up with you. And thank you for being one of our #1 fans.
Play with
Appreciate you.
40,000, he's got a bar 5 stacks.
And then Gareth Wilson, morning Mark and Gary and team, keep up the good work. I will be there a little later. Gareth was here the other day, kept up his end of the deal, produced coffee for us.
Yeah, nice to meet him.
Yeah.
After all these years of him supporting the stream.
And Gareth, the local PE guy here, in the engineering business. So yeah, thanks. Nice to hear from Gareth this morning. Swing by.
So there was 3-way on the flop. There's been a bet and a call. So the king eye flush draw versus the queen eye flush draw. Second nuts versus nut draw. Max has now got trip 8s as well. So he's got a lock on the sand. And see how much he can extract from Rudy here.
I think we're breaking the table there, Mark.
Yeah, that looks like already we've got fourth table out
I think
there.
they've lost a player and they're balancing, so we'll probably, we may or may not get a player at C5. Looks like Harold's out.
And Max takes that hand down.
Yeah, Harold's walking. Little table balancing going on in the background there.
Yeah, and some support for Charles Blichnout. Is Ananda Nivot says good luck, Charles.
Yes, Land of the Giants. Show on our feature table today. 4 there, you can see him next to Mark and Max to his left. I think Basil's got to win the nicest coloured coat of the award day. There's always somebody with a bright colour on the feature table. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, always some little brightness.
What happened, buddy?
I mean, I don't know. Sorry, playing hands up.
So Max folds. It's all the way around to Sheldon in the small blind. That went round quickly. Oh, and he's got the rockets now. And he comes with and he flats.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Well done, Sheldon. Oh, dear.
And
That
Mark
is
Liffman
classic.
is checked. So he has got the ace of spades
Did
to
we
cover
see what
the-
Mark has?
Yeah, he's got ace 5. And he didn't, and now he's going to bet.
Oh, this is going to be havoc at the end of this hand, trust me. Havoc.
Especially after the carrots they gave him. And then he raises it here, and Mark will go away. Mark's got nothing.
Wait for it, wait for it. Wait for it.
If you win,
Good
all your
Mark.
day, Mark, huh?
What's wrong with you?
Can I get a still water, please?
Sitting there praying that you raise, eh? After the flip, it just what's going on.
We knew there was going to be some entertainment post that hand. But Sheldon not running too shabby this morning.
Yeah,
Pocket
good for
kings,
Sheldon.
pocket
Well done.
aces.
Well done, Sheldon. Oh, that's what they call back at you, brother. Back at you.
Oh, that was awesome.
That was very good.
Yeah, man.
And we have had a player join us there at the feature table.
There you go.
I think it is
Ferreira.
Ferreira. Ferreira.
I don't know why I put that. Well, thank God I put that. There's now something arrives. Like 5.
And he will be under the gun.
Wow, wow.
There's the lovely Cindy, our waitress at the feature table. Back to help out.
So we'll be straight into the action under the gun.
Fold every hand now before I make it.
Thank you, Dad. Okay.
He's out the way. On to Max. A6 suited. It's in the raise. Folded round to him. Basil got rid of the King 10 there to the early raise. Rudolph was folded. So action on Sheldon. Ace 7. Calls on the button.
Colvin's got 43,000 that he joined us with.
Mark Liffman comes along with a Jack 9 suited. Also in clubs. Scholl in the big blind with 5-3. Self-professed hand Joseph when he was on the stream last night.
Who's that?
5-3. Mark Joseph says his favorite hand, 5-3.
His favourite hand is 5-3.
Especially if it's suited in spades, but 5-3.
Okay. Whatever floats your boat, as they say.
It's flopped and up and down with that 5-3.
What do we know? Maybe it's the magic number.
And he bets that up and down, and there's nothing really for anybody else. Sheldon with the ace of hearts is going to float one street. And he finds a heart on the turn. So Shaw wants to continue that story of his. But now Sheldon has the nut flush draw. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And the queen on the river. And we thank you, Bradley, for bringing us coffee. Thank you, Brad.
Should back on Sheldon.
And Scholl continues the story, and he's going to get Sheldon to fold here with that 5-3. What's this? Well played, Scholl.
I bet he hadn't bet. Well played, sir.
He bets it all the way and took down the hand. So very well played by Scholl. Didn't give up on the river like a lot of players would have when they're thinking, I don't give Sheldon the queen now, so now I'm going to rep it.
Good for him. There we go. What a nice view of the trophy and the table. So Max Evidence, the centre of the picture will be our under the gun player. This is hand 15 of the day, 1,500 on the big blind ante. And that's 4K in the middle when we start. So that's 10% of the starting stack. 40K is the starting stack here today, which I think is over. I don't think you can enter now. You have to wait till the turbo later. Max with the suited connectors here. Early's position. So he's put some chips in the middle. It's moving around. Big offers folded.
No, he doesn't fold suited cards or 8. Or
Fold from Sheldon. Mark with the Jack 3 will get out of the way, I'm sure. Pocket 7s for Sheldon, so we'll see some action here.
He'll come along.
You think, raise it up?
I think in the small blind he's going to probably flat that. And he does so. Set mine will get out the way. So he's looking for the 7s. Gary says 7's always coming. And look at that. He's going to get into trouble here.
Max Davis.
Yeah, because he's got the overpair to that board, but Max has flopped huge.
Yeah. So trip 4s for Max. Chris is not going to be getting involved in this, I'm sure.
The one thing that might save Charles is he's led into it. Max raised pre-flop. He can give Max a bigger pair. I don't think he puts him on the 4 any day there from raising from early. But
for me, Max is just going to
yeah, Max flat,
just
100%.
move call this here now. And
oh, he's raising.
surprise.
All in.
Max is going for it all.
He's going for it
Well,
all.
he is short. He's only got 30k behind. But
Yeah.
having said that, Shell's only got 44.
He's asked for a count.
Well, we're a long way from it, but if he calls and a 7 comes, you're the one who said it, not me.
Oh, goodness. You know, you can give him a bigger pair now
Right.
because Max raised pre. I wouldn't be feeling very comfortable with 7s now. You lead out on that flop and you get repopped. I've got to put him on a bigger pair minimum. Never putting him on the 4, I don't think, the way the hand played.
Not really. Yeah, the thing that's going through Charles' head is, has he got a draw?
Yeah, it's a flush draw. That's
You
the
know,
only
has he got like ace-3 of hearts here or something, you know?
But even if you know he's got like ace 10 of hearts, ace queen of hearts or something, would you want to go up against that draw with 2 overs with the 7s?
Probably not.
Not for that much. Then he gets her out the
It's
way.
his tournament life, you know, so
Yeah.
basically.
So he gets out the way.
So there we go. That's what we look like this morning. We're right behind that screen, behind that wall.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm actually looking at the back of that screen almost through the wall. So we are not far from the feature table in terms of meterage.
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, to the doors, what is it, 3 or 4 meters?
Yeah.
So we're well back from the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the other side, that literally 2 meters or so through the wall.
And our doorway is hidden by that big LED screen.
Yeah, that's our little rabbit run in the back there. And to be fair, nobody really comes in here and annoys us. We had one player earlier in the week trying to come in to get some information, but he's soon got sent packing. So apart from that, it's really just invited guests and guest commentary, and of course our own team here with the camera guys, the tech guys, and ourselves. Nicest office on tour, this one.
Yeah, plenty space here.
Yeah. Always nice to come to be plenty space.
We have had some tiny cubicles in some of the other venues.
It's not too helpful when you're our size.
No. You get a little cramped up on the desk.
Did we get past the East London corner?
Very difficult.
We did.
This time very difficult.
That's the East London corner.
Calvin
Weren't
folds.
suited to 7 at the time.
So up to Max to defend. Sheldon's open. Calls. Max flops the 6. Gut shot for Sheldon. Continues. Max makes the call. Turn brings a 4-card straight there now. Max checks. Be interesting to see if Sheldon keeps firing. He's checked back. Gives all those cards in that range to the big blind. So Sheldon did check the turn, and we've gone to the river. Sheldon now will have a little stab at it. 6K. And Max has got third pair.
I think he calls him here. Story doesn't make sense. I think Max has sniffed this out.
Yeah, I don't think he puts Sheldon on the straight, but he might think that his 6 isn't good. Then you'll think, why didn't Sheldon check back with showdown value if he's got a 9 or something? Maybe he's whiffed it. I think it folds. Sheldon gets it through.
Well played, Sheldon.
I don't think he gives Sheldon the straight there, but he might have thought his 6 was behind.
Well, he seriously considered calling him there. Actually, he probably considered re-raising it. New York City, the Big Apple. What a handsome man.
Shades on, looking all serious in poker mode. Clark Tally went there as
Yeah,
well.
talking of handsome men, there's old Clayton.
So excited.
What a nice young gentleman he is.
Yeah, and he's good up-and-coming talent in the game.
I wouldn't tell him he was any good. And talking of good-looking people, look at this, we're surrounded. Basil's on the table there. It looks like he's called already. And it's around to Sheldon. Ace-Jack here, undergun +2. Table not entirely full, but we are playing 8-handed, which is what we normally play at.
Yeah, Basil's in the big blind. So Sheldon's going to raise. It's folded to him.
Yeah, I think rightly so. Mark out the way. That's a tight fold by Mark.
Yeah.
But, mid-position, well, hijack now, but 5-3 for sure. Folds.
Nothing from Calvin.
Ace-2 for Max.
Well
Ace
done.
rag.
Basil is folded.
A little bit lower.
Max fishing for information,
So Ace-King is a little bit lower.
which was exactly what it was. 2 spots lower.
Yep. Mr. Ahmed Karim, good morning to you, young man. Another Cape Townian.
And sitting with quite a decent chip stack there in front of him.
Yeah, I'm interested in the purples and the pinks. The other ones we're not so
Yeah.
interested in.
He had at least a full stack of purples.
Yeah, I think so. You're right.
Which is 100k.
Which is a lot. Mind you, having said that, Mark Liftman came to the table with 242,000 and some change today. So I believe there was some an exchange with Rudy last night. There were several all-ins. Talking to Rudy, there's a fold. Suited connectors for Sheldon, quite early. I think he'd probably like a look at these. He's been running quite nicely the last few hands, so a bit of momentum for him. So Mark's folded, Joel folded, Colvin's folded, it's round to Max. Pocket fours for Max. Just decides to go set mining here. Six, nine, queen. So Sheldon hits his 9. All over cards to the 4s, so this will go bet fold, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Max will get out of the way, pushes the button to his left. Basil will pick up the position. And Sheldon with the VPIP 66%, Max second. Colvin with a 0 and Basil just under that. Colvin, of course, just come to the table, so no real stats on him. But of late, the stats are perfect. VPIP, meaning voluntary put in pots. Of course, we call it the aggression barometer, for one of the better way of putting it. So the higher your percentage, the more aggressive you are. And you'll see of late, Sheldon has been the aggressor and Max the second aggressor. Okay. We got a new hand. And it's hand 19 of the day. 1,500, 1,500 on the big blind ante. 4K in the pot. Sheldon sent a picture under the gun and first to act.
King Jack 9.
River Jack.
One different gets out of the way. Round the shoal. Shoal Bligner. I'm not very good at my Afrikaans pronunciation, so that's what he's called. So Shoal is going to enter the fray with ace-9. Under the gun +2, round to Colvin. Jack-Queen. Haven't seen any action from him. He's in the hijack, so late position. So he's going to put some chips in the middle. And we've seen a bit of Colvin at previous events. He's got some game. Quite a good young player. Folds around very, very quickly. Basil's out of the way, and we get to Chris Gow, East London representative. Jack-2 in the small blind. Round to Rudolph Ferry. He gets rid of his big blind. We're heads up. Actually, we're not. Shoal still has some call. No, he has called. We're heads up. Ace, ace, 9. So if you're Shoal Blignut, you just flopped the monster of all monsters. I think a check here would be in order. Checks back. No help there. Shoal need to put a chip in now. 12 in the box. Let's stick in 3.5. No, he decides not to. Does that induce? He's going to get Colvin to put some chips in the middle. Colvin is putting chips in the middle, and Shoal is sat there with the stone cold nuts, which is always a nice place to be. that's shoulder, no. He flat calls. Come on, buddy. So the order of cards on the right hand side aren't the order they came out in. The flop came ace, ace, 9. 7 was on the turn. The reason the 7's sitting back because the nuts is ace, 9, ace. So Scholl didn't actually flop the nuts.
And he's raising.
And Colvin will get out of the way. He had a stab.
I think a flat would have been great there. Easy fold.
So we'll keep the secret between him and us. And there you have it. There's the chip counts. So 148 bigs for Mark. Mark continues to lead the way. 21 for Colvin, so in no real danger at this time. What do they call those things with the Sunbet Poker Tour? Like advertising shapes. I don't know what they call them.
Sure Bradley would
spin
know.
in the wind. Is that a rhymer? Spin in the wind? Well, almost.
Almost.
I'm taking it as rhyming. I'm taking it. Strange, if you were to wind it in the wind, it wouldn't really, it wouldn't sound like, but wind and wind are spelled the same way. Stupid language, eh? Not as stupid as that Dutch language. Jeepers, Oranje and Silimons and Jarnier and Shame and, oh my word.
And the khz and the riz that you don't like.
Yeah, is it? Is it? Shame. Jarnier. So is it yes or no? What's going on? Us pommies, eh?
Senior no-no.
They have to let 1 or 2 in, you know, just to keep the immigration levels up. All joking aside, this is my home. I love this country.
So Rudy has lumped in, yeah, it's ace-9 for Sheldon in the big.
Why are we not seeing Rudy's cards, I ask myself. The box is fine, I checked it this morning.
I think he puts them right on the far right-hand side of the box. Needs to be more to the center, or slightly to the left.
Well, we built this table and those sensors are right across there, so it shouldn't be a problem. I don't know. Rudy maybe got lots of electricity in his body. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a superhero in disguise. Who could Rudy be as a superhero? What would be his superpower? Captain Poker. There you go. What are superhero names? That's my favourite game, by the way. What would you be called if you were a superhero? What superpower would you like?
Rudy loves to spin it up and rebar, so we could call him Captain Regen. Something like that.
Oh, degen. Yeah, I'm sure Rudy would have something to say about that. And yeah, always a pleasure to have Rudy on the feature table.
Darren was
a dull moment.
Waxing lyrical about him yesterday and saying he's a man that absolutely, he has never met anybody that loves poker more than Rudy.
Well, I told you last time we were here, he actually played 2 tournaments at the same time.
Running between corridors, was he?
He was. We had a centre corridor down the middle, it was a bit bigger layup, and he was going from one side to the other.
Only Rudy.
And he could only play if he was his turn to act. And that he was there when the cards were dealt. So it was almost a gamble. He didn't even have a chance playing. But he managed to do it, which was quite entertaining. I think he got his steps in that day as well.
Mark Cliffman gets out the way. Rudy giving the speeches. So, and Mark Cliffman, if he had stayed in, would have flopped the straight. So Rudy would have been right to worry about him. Nothing going for Sheldon other than a little gut shot. He'll get out the way now. You can still make your straight, Rudy tells him. Darren was saying he's never seen a man playing a 60k high roller and he'll be playing a 100 rand game on his phone at the same time. Loves equally. Doesn't mind the buy-in, it's just the poker.
Get some chips, eh? Over there. I don't bet this one. Can't help myself.
Max in semi-sleeping mode there in the middle of the table.
Oh, so I think we're getting near the end of the level here.
There we go.
I'll tell you what, Siobhan, you're getting sharp, eh? A minute to go. 68 entries, 22 players are left in. So yeah, there you go. There's the minute beep. I'll tell you, my clock's working okay today. Huh?
Yeah, so with the over 60 on day 1A and the 20 odd from day 1B and these, they are already very close to, if not over their guarantee. And then
I'm pretty sure they're already there.
the turbo still coming.
And all the rebuys that will bring,
Up to 5,000.
I think.
So it was 2 million guaranteed, so we shall see where it goes to, but it looks like it will be well in excess of that then.
And well done to the Sunbet Poker Tour team. And well done to all the players who've come and supported the events.
Rudy has raised from the button again. After Basil limped in with the King 9 suited. Yeah, and like you say, yes, you tested that box this morning. I just think he's got those chips right on the end of the box and cards to the far right, and that just interferes a little.
Possible.
1,000, 2,000.
It'd be an interesting theory to try. Ask him to move his chips slightly.
Go,
to the
go
cards.
tell him. You want to stretch your legs? Go tell him.
All right, I'll go tell.
All right.
Max, time to make a move. Basil, get ready.
Three blinds.
Blind shot, blind shot. Come
Three blinds.
What the?
En jou kaart 'n bietjie meer in die middel sit hierso. Ja, asseblief. Maak so vir jou.
Are you seeing all the others?
Ja. Maar kan jy sien 'n skerp? Kan jy sien 'n skerp? Nou. Ek gaan nog net sien, ek stop nie daar nie. Ek moet eers ingaan dan gelyk. Okay. Okay, well, I'll show you the next one. It's still good.
So we saw Rudy's cards there. And Mark comes sprinting back, but of course the moment you walked out the door we saw Rudy's cards. Before you even got there. Absolutely bizarre. As soon as you walked out the door we saw his cards. So it's you.
Must be me interfering from here.
Yeah, it must be. So yeah, he's, as soon as you walked out the door his cards appeared on the screen. That was absolutely bizarre. Anyway, thank you for doing that. Stretch your legs, get a few steps in, back around to Colvin, and he folds. And Sheldon will pick up the 5,000 for his trouble. Sheldon grinding away nicely here.
And as he put them there, he said to me, "Can you see the scrap?" I said, "I'm not in the back here, Rudy. I cannot see." Oh goodness!
Top man, Rudy. Top man.
Yeah, ever friendly. A little joke when I went out there.
Nice picture of Chris there.
And I'm sure he'll be enjoying his time on the feature table.
Yeah, Basil is in picture. What does that sound? His coat? Something. Nike, I can see that. It looks like maybe a sailing cloak or something. We'll find out later. Rudy folds. Sheldon with the Jack 2 in the muck. Here we go. Mark will enter the fray. Mark's still, I think, the chip leader on the table. What's the raise? He's right. It's the first that he has played for a while. He's been pretty snug today. Shoal folds. Around to Colvin. Colvin now in poker mode. Got his hoodie on. Ace-5 suited in the small, 26,000 behind.
He wants to, but he doesn't have stack and he's being disciplined out of position.
Yeah, said this with Maxis. Unlikely to be
You're
disciplined.
saying no, everybody saw the cards.
Yeah, but
Get the cards down, I'd like to see that conversation.
yeah, but that's not part of the conversation. You understand? If you slow play or fast play, whatever, if somebody's got pocket aces going in, you understand? I mean, you raising is not going to get into pocket aces.
9-4-5.
You understand? The only
Club.
it's not really part of the equation.
That's checked by Mark.
Here's his jack.
And Max has picked up a jack as well, so this could be a danger moment. And this is what Max will have wanted to have seen. So Mark is going to flat this, I'm assuming.
No, you put him all in. He first of all reached for the 20 odd purples. Let's see now. There we go, 20k.
I know purple. Up to 20.
Trying to save them.
Huh?
Saving them.
Mind games or something.
You've got nothing left now. What are you worried about?
I mean, it is a tough fold here.
I'm on a draw.
No. We're just trying to work out how many chips
By the way, he's not on a draw, he lied.
Yeah.
But that's poker, you're supposed to lie.
What you got? Call, obviously.
7-5 more, he makes the call.
And Mark gets to put it all in.
10 or something.
I got an ace jack.
Really? Not a real 10.
You look for a little 5 or 9 or 2. What do you call them? 2s?
So basically, I think he's drawn dead to a queen there, and one's already gone.
Yeah,
Who's
2
going
queens.
to come queen of diamonds?
2. Yeah, jack. How's it
And
work?
Max divining the queen of diamonds on the river. It is
Max
not
will
there.
leave us. And well played to Mark Liffman there.
He gets all the chips in the middle. Picks up the last of Max's stack.
Sit up, Pat.
And head out, and no doubt we'll see him in day 1C.
Nice pick up there, we'll get a total in a minute. So Philip, our dealer, just having a shuffle for us there.
I've seen some nice action already this morning, guys.
Yeah, it's been, well, it's not been non-stop, but it's certainly kept us awake, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and I'm just looking at how many people are watching, and I see you haven't pushed the like button yet this morning, so we remind the viewers to do that as well.
You know why I haven't pushed the like button?
Why is that?
Because I don't like these people. You've got to like people, I mean, you know, I mean, look at this table, I mean, seriously, why would I like this?
Motley crew is what you're saying. So,
I like it every day, it just takes me a bit of time to get going.
so remember, push that like button, subscribe if you haven't yet done so. I think we've run the 950 mark. Yeah, 951, over the 950 now.
So 49 more to get for our 1,000 target. There you go. Okay, Mr. Sheldon Grove, or how do you pronounce it in Afrikaans?
Gruvier.
Gruvier. He's Grove to me. Grove to me. He sounds French when you do it in Afrikaans.
Well, the origins of the Afrikaans language have a bit from the French Huguenots, a bit from the Dutch. So there's
A little bit of a
Germanic.
mix.
Yeah.
Let's be polite. It's a bit of a mix.
So raised, yeah, to 6 by Sheldon.
They reckon we all came from the same place in the beginning and now, don't they? So the cradle of humankind and all that. 8-2 of hearts. King of spades. So Basil will come out here. Oh, hang on.
Basil checked. And all in. So check all in.
Standard Basil Nika.
And Sheldon should be getting out of the way of that.
Sheldon will hang up his spurs there.
Put the 10 in the middle, so long.
People might say, why is he doing that? Well, there's 2 hearts there. It's quite possible that he could be drawing and he wants to charge him for his draw. All he has is top pair.
Sheldon says it's not too much more. I must call.
Well, he's got second pip, so let's see. With the ace king.
That's what happened to me the other day. The next card, ace.
2 cards to come, so he's looking for an ace or an 8, basically.
Still the same.
Ace or an 8. Nope. Basil will pick up 31k. Nothing wrong with Sheldon's call there.
Yeah, once he bet 10, it was 15 more to the
There you
size
go.
of the pot.
There you go. Basil smiling. Hello, Basil. Always a pleasure to have the feature table.
That is Naptosa. That's
What is Naptosa?
it's a union of some description or a collective group, industry group or a union, one of the two.
Crazy, huh? Cost me 1,500 of it. I was actually a small blind. Big blind, thanks. Big blind, big blind, yeah, big blind.
So Rudy will be under the gun.
I'm finished with them. Stuff.
Baran, there's a seat here, Baran.
We're going to play a table.
Play table.
No, cancel my flight. New encouragement.
So Naptosa's aim or purpose is to provide a member-centered, efficient and professional service to its members through a core of more than 80 employees countrywide. There is a branch of Naptosa in the Eastern Cape at Port Elizabeth. How about that? That's what it says. So I think you're right, some sort of organisation, Mark. Are you with me?
Yep, I'm with you guys. Sorry, I was
thought
just
you had fallen
focusing on the
asleep
hand there. No, I was focusing on the hand, seeing what Calvin was going to do. He looked like he wanted to do something. So I was listening, but I was just focusing there. Let's come back to you.
Naptosa Association.
Yeah.
We better focus on the hunt. I suppose we're here to do that.
So Basil still behind here. The 8 high seals it for the river on the river is the 8. Basil knocks his hand.
You ever do?
I've head all the way.
You guys are so
Really having a bit of fun with everyone. And he really did give Sheldon a lot of carrots over those kings. You have to win or you have to bubble. Oh goodness. The view of the feature table from down on the floor. Timing screen in the back. 40's left on this level. They'll go to their first break of the morning.
We'll do it again, I think, soon.
Well, afternoon now, after 12 o'clock.
So how would you have played it? Would you have flat called and made me go to all in? Richard?
They're talking about it again as I mentioned it. Rudy says I would have let you, I would have flat called and let you put it all in and then called.
Flat call.
Lots of good coaching going on today.
Yeah.
We love it.
Coach Rudy.
Good for you, Rudy.
Those glasses and the motley grey hair, he could be mad professor.
Well, I think you could be both. Mark Lippman with the jacks here. Shaw with the ace 10. So he's raised up to 6,500 with the jiggities. Pocket jiggities, the old hooks, the old Jacobs. Scholl's in a little bit of a quandary here. Gets rid of his ace-10 offsuit.
Good
That'll
fold.
go around to Colvin. Are you there, Colvin?
There
Yeah.
he is.
I thought he'd gone under.
Hiding in the black hoodie against the black chair.
Shoulders folded, so we'll see what Colvin's cards are.
Ace
Ace
9.
Basil gone,
Rudy will give up the big blind.
and the best hand will win.
Jack Queen.
It's always nice.
Told you earlier I folded
So
Jack
that you're at the tables. Joe's
Yes.
still in there, I see.
Jed standing behind Darren.
Cape Tonian, he's railing at him.
Under the other corner, garbage. Garbage.
Jed, the rock guitarist.
Just later there.
Apparently very, very talented young man.
Yeah, well, he would be if he was playing with Francois van Coke.
Yeah, he's part of that cartel, as they call themselves. The Francois,
Van Coke cartel.
the Van Cook cartel. Well, he is their guitarist. He's their lead guitarist. So, yeah,
Pretty awesome.
he can play. That's what they
Yeah.
say. If you actually go onto YouTube and look him up, there's some great rock solos that he's playing there. So, yeah.
Awesome stuff.
It's nice to have talented people here, right?
Absolutely. And he acquitted himself well when he was on the feature table.
And we had, what's his name? Mr. Something.
Jay something.
That's it, Jay Something from Mikasa the other day. So he's very talented. Did you hear the song he sung in the corridor?
Yeah,
It was stunning. He did very well. A cappella and in several languages.
yeah.
So,
And he's the poker ambassador for the Sunbet tour.
there you go.
The celebrity.
Of course, we got Siobhan van der Pol here this week. Of course, you'll know him as being very famous. He's look him up. He's famous for making my tea. Siobhan is sat right next to me. He's on our soundboard, doing a great job. And one day he'll be famous like us. Not forgetting Huggies at the end there today. He started the series off this morning. Hugo is there, and Mark and myself, and Mike was here earlier, but now Paul is there doing the camera on the outside table. So good couple of laughs there on the feature table.
Maybe fold those cards.
Never a dull moment with Sheldon on the table. Rudy puts his head in his hands and shakes his head. Yeah.
And really, when he's in this form, is great entertainment on the table.
For sure.
And you had been dominated. I think 10 of hearts and you had ace-king.
Okay, we're off to the next hand.
I've just done
Shoal with Jack 5. Pretty sure he's going to send these back to the dealer quick.
Pull the yellow card on you.
I'm waiting.
Colvin next. Hoodie's off now.
Are you folding? Are you pulling the
Probably just coming up for some air.
Yeah. Pocket fours, the first hand he's actually had to play with.
Let's go put it in.
And he puts the baby in.
26k and some change is the price. Chris gets out of the way.
Let's make Ralston drink. He's trying to realize his maximum fold equity.
If I see a picture, I'm calling. Hello, what should I do? Help. Help.
Mark with ace 2. You should fold, Mark, is what you should do.
This one I'm going to fold.
Well done. Easy call. Easy
It's
fold.
4. No pair of 4s. I promise you it was a higher, like a 10 or a 9 or a jack, I would fold.
So what have we got going on now?
But I mean, you open your first card with
I thought it was Gio Zanetti at the end of the table. It's not.
No, it's not Joe. He hasn't been here for the series.
It's good lady who did it. And he had their second child on the 12th, so hence the reason not there. That's Tim Akanusi in the England top there. Steve Courtney, Darren, I don't know the chap on the left here. And of course Jed, the guy I was referring to, the rock guitarist, standing up behind Darren.
Helmet and mesh in the background.
The first one I saw was an ace.
Nothing here for Calvin.
What's the ruling on that? You can expose his card.
Basil and Chris fold. Rudy's not at the table. Sheldon folds.
So Jimmy Q just took down a big pot on one of the outer tables. Or Benny Q, so I said.
Well, we must make up the mind. If you lie, you must lie together and get the same hand, okay? Just don't get two different hands.
So raised Yabba Mark, blind on blind. Shaw with the Queen 10, facing a raise from the small blind. I'd like to defend that. It's going to as well. Oh, that is action.
I'll say.
All in call.
Wow. Snap that.
All in snap call.
Oh, he's looking for a 10.
Needs help.
And none of it with Shoal's shove there. He can never. Well, he can. He can obviously line, but only the four was beating him, or an overpair, and the other pair would have bet free.
Well, he did raise Mark with a 9-4. So, yeah, he never put him on the move.
Fist pump there, and we'll lose Shoal from the feature table. Hopefully, we'll see him back later. And Mark spins it up a bit more.
Yeah, he's been the destroyer on the table this morning. He knocked Max Davison out, and now he's knocked Shaw out.
Though he's not on the ladder, he is that tall.
When he was thinking about calling, I was going,
You see, he just stepped off the stage there like it wasn't there. We have to take a run up to get up there.
Stand next to Boza.
Rudolph, what did you say every time I got knocked down? Shame. Yes. Thanks, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Because I know you're in the same corner. You're a consistent corner. Send in the 15 to go by.
We will get a chip count after this hand, and just to verify what the guys have got. So it's not been quiet on this table, Marco.
No, there's been a lot of action. There's been 2 eliminations, a lot of banter, some coaching going on.
Coaching is free as well, so we'll take that.
There's some admonishing.
Only Rudy can get away with that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
That. 2 folds, 3 folds. Sheldon with a Queen 7. They'll also get folded. Mark with 10-6. He might just hand us over to the blinds. Yep.
Well played. Well played.
You do know that if Sheldon doesn't make the money in this in this main event, that Rudy will forever tell him, yeah, there's those kings that you didn't play right.
Then it doesn't.
If you don't bet, I should have gone all in. I'm 8 I would have won. Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
So was that?
We went all in.
Only you had a crystal ball.
Hey.
Hipster, yeah.
Me and
So,
him.
a lot of entertainment out there this morning. Energy levels quite nice on the table. Rudy in fine form.
This game has been around longer than Rosie.
So Rudy puts in the raise. Chris has folded. Rudy raises with the ace-4. Sheldon. Now he folds. He can never beat Sheldon. You've always got me covered. Sheldon's called with a speculative hand. Mark Lippman comes along with a 9-10 suited. I like that hand there. Calvin Ferreira in the small blind has folded. So round to Basil.
I hate to know what you call.
So Basil folded as well. So we're going to go three-way to the flop, and there's a jack for Sheldon and an up and down for Mark. They check to Rudy, who was the pre-flop aggressor. He checks. There's the straight now for Mark. He's got the check mark. Now Rudy decides he'll have a little stab at it, and he puts 16K in there. Sheldon has got second pair. He's not going to believe Rudy, and he would be right. The only problem is to his left. And there's Mark Lippmann sitting with a straight. With a nut straight as it is. The only scare for him are the two clubs, so you see if he flats this. Makes the flat call.
Help.
He says help. And he's already there. Oh goodness. That'll slow it all down because the four card obvious straight is there now. He bets 30. He's not going to get paid by other player. He already turned the straight. The 10 actually costs him on the river. So Sheldon left to decide here with his second pair.
Mark's already bet, huh?
Yeah, Mark bet 30K. And Mark said help on the turn when he called. He already had the straight, so now Sheldon might put him on a busted flush draw and call him off with the jack. He's wanting to make the hero call here. Yeah, and the little speech by Mark gets him paid. Really telling him.
Help was a rubbish.
I knew I could
Help was a
have
rubbish
gave
speech.
you, I could have gave you his exact hand by that.
Sometimes your picture paints 1,000 words. You can see Sheldon's not happy with that, but he's
No.
keeping quiet.
And Rudy's telling him the moment you gave the speech, I knew. Oh, goodness.
There, he's boiling a bit inside, but good old Sheldon, he's keeping it in.
Yeah, but you can see he's not happy.
Yeah, there we go. Put it down to experience, mate.
There's the sign. Made the hero call, and
Doesn't help when the guy who's got your chips is stacking them next to you.
Max valued out of it.
Sheldon tells him well played now.
Yeah, ever the sporter.
Exactly that.
Hold on. You have to be sporting in this game. Even if you don't mean it. I don't mean it most of the time, I've got to tell you. We're good at hand on and walk away.
Most times when you tell someone nice hand inside, you go
You know
expletives.
me. If I get knocked out of a tournament, I tap this over and walk away. Don't expect people.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the action.
Cliffman says to him, are you on tilt now? He says no, but he's back on the horse.
Raise it up.
Basil calls. Chris Gower. Complete from the blind.
I knew once you read out the whole fucking play, right?
Oh, and he flops the straight, does Chris? But they've all spades there was the scary thing for him.
The nut straight.
Yeah, he's got to play it faster because of the spades. Sheldon has a 9 of spades only in his hand. He gets out the way. Basil folds as well.
Rudolph wants to know where his pension is. He should be getting a pension here. Invest the dividends. Phew. Fun moments.
tables remaining from this day 1C.
Rudolph would like to know how come he's not receiving a pension from your institution here. He's been going for so many years.
I'm a long as we circuit now.
I promise you by fluke. By absolute fluke. You got as much as you paid for. Funny guy.
Up to 6.
I put him on Sheldon on top.
6,000. 6.
Basil with the pocket 10s here. It's been raised by Sheldon. Let's see what the re-raise is. There it comes.
16,000. Snap fold.
Rudy snap fold. Sheldon makes the call. He's a little on steaming a little. You can see it. He's going to need a lot of help here. Well, he finds it. He flops an up and down draw. His equity is increased significantly. He's got backdoor clubs as well.
20.5.
It's being made expensive by Basil, but Sheldon is going to make the call. Oh, and he dinks it on the turn. The ace will actually slow everything down, and he makes the flush now. I don't think he gets paid anything by Basil, yeah. 78k in that pot. Basil only has 16 behind, so Sheldon is bet enough to put him all in. He says, I can't. Shows the 10s.
It was 35.
So that'll make Sheldon feel a whole lot better. There's action on the outer table. Looks like Tamakanusi is sporting a huge stack there, guys.
Yeah, massive.
Look at that. I mean, wow. I mean, it's got purples, plenty, pinks, everything. There's the flop 974, 2 diamonds. It's been bet and called bottom. Stephen caught him led on that flop. Tim snapped him. Stephen checks. Tim checks behind. They go to the river. Come running 2s. So Stephen thought he was ahead on the flop. Unless he's missed his flush draw, he's going to bet again. And we lose comms with that outer roving camera.
Snap.
Rudy raises.
Think about it.
Pascal calls. Nine for Rudy. Gut shot now for Chris. So any queen, any jack, any 10.
10,000.
He's going to come along for one street. Let's see what the turn brings us.
Why?
No help for Chris. So if Rudy continues to fire it here now, which he does, Chris will give it up.
Show, I'll show.
I found a king 10 here.
Show.
Rudy stacks a few more chips.
I thought he was on the move.
Wow. He's playing the most solid fucking poker I've seen. And then he gives this long skirt right. What the fuck? It's the only hand you could have. The only thing I knew it was suited, I just didn't know what suit. I would have bet a lot of money. 19
I popped the min raise in there on the turn.
Oh, come on.
Ahmed is all in. Manesh has got cards in front of him. They were on the river there. There's a big pot. There's a very big pot there. So we have 8-8-5, deuce 9. The flop was 8-5-8. Then the deuce on the turn, 9 on the river, and on the river all the money has gone in from Ahmed. Manesh is in the tank.
I'm watching the other table, so we'll stay with this picture.
If I get in your eye or you get in
Manesh checking his stack there.
So there's been a bet by Mark and on the feature table, but not called. Sheldon will pick up the spare shrapnel in the middle.
That's similar.
It looks like Manesh has counted out the call on the far right-hand side, and
Yes,
is then
yeah.
seeing what he's got left after he makes the call.
Yeah, but what does that do with queens?
You're spot on, mates. Remember, they're taking this bag of chips forward into day 2, so they want to give themselves the best chance. So that's a major consideration as well with marginal calls.
And Language is heading towards fold, and he does. Ahmed puts it down. Ahmed takes in a big pot there. Manesh choosing to preserve the chips, as Gary says.
raise, re-raise.
23 minutes to go on the level.
I knew was a hit against that. He overplays a pair.
And I'm hearing that in Gauteng,
I was more
the load shedding is from 12 o'clock to 4:30 today, continuous.
Yeah.
4.5 hours.
They are having 5-hour stretches, 4.5-hour stretches in load shedding stage 5 up there, I guess.
Yeah, well the good news is, I just checked my solar and we're not using anything from the grid at all. Not that we could if we wanted to, but but it's purely coming from the sun, so that's good during the day. During the night, slightly different ball game, of course.
With that hand that you had the flush draw. That king 9.
Pocket queens here for Sheldon. He's been called by Queen Jack.
Yeah, but there's not.
There's nothing there for Mark on the flop.
Nope. This is a bet fold scenario, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think I've got?
You didn't have a lot of
What do you think I've got?
Aces.
aces. But
Well,
you
why
over-
don't I just bet? That answers the question. Why don't I just bet the pen?
I mean, this guy's walking in air. he should have been. We should have been at home already.
Just listen to these guys, we don't need to talk.
Gotta love Rudy when he's in this form. He's so entertaining this morning.
Yeah, it was a good enough flop.
And the other one.
Queens,
Bad Jack Queen. Jack Queen's not bad.
slightly dominant.
Defending. But I'm defending. I'm trying to defend the free line. I'm not a bad two picture cards.
Still soft.
Keep the dog when he gets out. Remember Irish.
So move on to the next hand.
Yeah.
Chris Gow will be under the gun.
Keep the dog when I get home.
And so play. So play.
I don't know. I haven't seen him play.
I enjoyed it.
He was very bright since
He was different. Oh no, man. Hey, there's 1, 2,
I
3,
got a
4,
hand again. What does
5
that do?
more players. No, that's what
does that do?
No, we know they put queens or better. But I mean, we're talking to this deal.
He's got ice cream.
These guys love you.
Been raised here by Sheldon with the threes, all in by Calvin. And he gets that through. It's just up to Sheldon now. Everybody else has folded. Sheldon makes the call with the pocket threes. So Calvin will be racing with Sheldon here.
Good luck to them both.
You got the same man.
Don't say that.
That's you good.
No help.
No help for Calvin.
You gotta read what you say.
Still no help for Calvin.
8 or 9.
If he doesn't get it, and Sheldon will eliminate Calvin.
I think we must leave.
So we've seen 3 exits from this feature table this
I
morning.
think you must get 10 players lined up already for shoulder. It's like this German.
We should line up 10 players. You should ready.
Feature table of them.
Comes to his fellow Cape Townians.
Nice read off.
Larry Stemmet says, come on Cape Town. He's supporting the Cape Townians.
Are you going to break?
Too well this morning.
And Mark Liftman, it's Cape Townian and Ahmed out there.
That's big.
Looks like he's breaking this table.
One will be breaking. All right, carry on playing that other hand, I'll come and break.
So they're breaking our table. So this is going to be the, we talked a little bit about this, but this is the random breaking of tables. So they will break this table, amalgamate them with the tables down below, and then they will select one of those tables to come back here as the feature table.
All right, so it will be a little process. The clock has been paused, no doubt.
But we shall see. So I am going to find out if I'm right, because sometimes I am wrong. If you ask my wife, it's not often.
Yeah, absolutely. So meanwhile, they're playing the next hand.
I knew he had a 6'8". 6'8". Yeah, 100%.
So it's been raised by Mark here with the Jack 10. Round to Chris in the big blind. He's the only one to defend. The clock has not been paused yet. They only pause the clock once they start breaking.
We must still be here,
And he makes the defense.
So they're breaking this band. Yes, to one of those, and one of those are going to come here. So whichever one we on the TV table. Are you bringing one of the tables here, though?
Yes.
So one of us might stay here.
3 of you must stay here.
Yeah. So let's just see what happens.
So Chris flops a gut shot.
So instead of moving,
He's ahead with his king high.
yeah, move to the right.
600%. We'll just check.
But action, when he checks, it will go to Mark. And if Mark puts a continuation in, he leads first. So now it's going to be more difficult for Mark to come along because he called and now he bets into it. Mark goes jack high. So unless he 3-bets him, Chris will take down the hand.
There's 2, there's 3.
I think I'm ahead of you.
Nice, come Davey.
Yeah, where's the button?
It just shows a 3.
You get table 1, just stay seated for a second. Table 1. Yeah. 1, 1, 1. Okay, so
So
Still breaking
they
off.
are going to shuffle the tables now. They've broken this table. They've been given their new tables.
redraw. Yeah, table 1, seat 1.
Am I sitting by the
This is. Yeah, he's possibly his
Can I go
chips
this
are
way?
still- You can, but your chips are still in play. There is no break.
Why do you redraw it then?
No break. Chips are still in play.
That's a break. I mean, our 2 hours will be up.
Okay, let me do this first, and then we can argue that. Can you pass me all your chips to table 7, please?
I mean, we can't sit in 4 hours a day now.
This is table 2.
Yeah, please. No, table 19, please put your chips in a rack. No, don't worry about that. Go get racks down there. No, just move
So the players that are leaving will put their chips in racks.
7,
The players that are just moving across will just have their chips moved across.
still running.
So Sheldon is moving across to seat 7. Mark Liffman will be leaving us. Rudy's staying on this table. He's just moving seats. Moving from seat 1. Ah, okay. So Mark Liffman is also only just moving across. So Mark has stayed on the table. He's moved across to seat 1. Rudy's moved to seat 2. Sheldon has moved across to seat 7. And we're waiting for the other players to come in.
We've got 16 more minutes. One is one. Okay, table 1's coming to the TV.
Yeah, this is table 1.
And 7 is you. What? 7. Sheldon Road. Right. Do quick counts. Mark, do you want your count?
So Mark Liffman will be in seat 1. Looks like Rudy moved to seat 2.
What seat are you in? 2. On what table? 19. 19's down there. Okay.
But they said they're coming up here.
Must be 18.
Why are they? It's 18 coming up.
Sheldon moved across to
18's coming.
seat 7. Stephen Courtney to seat 4.
You're staying here, Mark, yeah? Yeah. Seat 1, Mark Liffman. What is your name, sir? Sean Bloom. It's Sean, okay. Seat 3 is Sean Bloom, spelled Sierra Echo Alpha November, Bloom as in Fontaine, double O.
So look who we got here.
Are you staying with us or leaving?
Can you see seat 8?
No, leaving.
Lucy to seat 8.
Sheldon, are you moving? Yeah, I'm staying. Are you staying seat 1?
7.
Sheldon Grove will remain on table 1 and move to seat 7. We can move you on the software, we don't need the chip card.
Darren Kramer moving in there into seat 5.
Okay, Tim is in seat 8, just confirm. I'll come back to you with chip card.
Seat 6 is Howard Lippman. So they're all busy being shuffled and taking their seats.
Seat 1, Mark Lippman, 3685.
on one end. 12. So not controversy, just I feel I made the right decision. He says I made the wrong one. It was a raise, re-raise, 4. He went all in up 2. Seat 1. He goes all in up turn. I got pocket kings.
Seat 2,
So I could have played 4 and then chip stay, but I chose to go all in fold.
Gary's busy announcing them to you. Seat 2, Rudy Ferrier, 157,000. Seat 1, Mark Liffman, 368, 500.
Okay, with all the information, you
seat 3, Sean Bloom.
Start counting.
I
Really know the
500.
What was the story here?
there's a race, you is called.
Cape Townian in seat 3, Sean Bloom, 412,500.
I mean, listen, I could have come with a script.
I mean, I had table when he was gone.
244.
Do you know the clock's running, huh?
It must be running.
Yeah.
200 to 1,000.
Sure.
So Gary's just assisting and getting all the counts across to Brad at the back here.
Wait.
Woodford's typing.
No, we put
6,300. And he is in seat number 6.
Get on.
no.
5 of odds.
Sweet. Oh, sweet.
500.
Oh.
He's got it. So he's all in fold.
Just called you.
But I'm saying it's easy to when the cards are out. Some people play pocket aces, like ace can come.
Ah, man, Sheldon.
Nah,
What do you mean someone's going to pocket ace and ace will come? The ace will be winning.
no, I'm saying pocket kings. If I flat call his chips stand, then I'm committed and ace comes, I'm out of the tournament.
201.
You're not. You're now 15 or what?
No.
If I had these and my tips would be like this.
201-900. One count to come, which will be Tim Macanucci in seat 8. We are still counting.
And then he came back.
So you can hear Gary there. We're waiting for Tim's count. And then we'll be able to unpause the clock and get on with the action again. So down to 16 players left from this day 1C.
On the left-hand side, somewhat short. 200.
Wow, no,
Are you sure? Because I'm about to put it in.
Yeah.
Button, seat 7, Sheldon.
Button on Sheldon, as you can hear Gary.
I don't use this chair.
Dave Ralph busy doing the chip count.
You got all of it, huh?
So this is what happens during a tournament when tables get balanced. So you've had a good look at exactly how it happens. You normally come to us when it's already been done. So for the viewers that are not that familiar with poker, this is exactly how we balance tables, and a table gets broken and redone, and the players get moved and the chip counts get audited by the tournament director, the only one that can touch those chips. And the only ones.
The boss.
286, 288, 289, 290, 300.
290, 300.
290,300. I said to you when we looked out there that he was carrying a lot of chips. So all the chip counts have been done now.
Mate, we've got a problem here. You won't be able to use your card.
290, 300.
That's deal. So,
Deal.
I mean, we're missing blinds like I want to.
Okay, the game is running. We've got 9 minutes to run on the clock. We're not moving these people at the break.
So there's 9 minutes running on this level. The table will not be moved at the break because we've just brought them up here. A few that remain, but the others are all been coming up here for the first time today. So Sean Bloom folds round to Stephen Courtney. Pocket queens.
Great. Up to 5,000.
Sorry, really unfair. It happened yesterday and it happened today. I've been here for 2 days.
So raised by the pocket queens, folded round. It's just Mark Liffman in the big blind now. He's got 8-7. He's going to defend.
I know, we haven't touched the one, so it's
Well, you're welcome.
And there's a 7 for Mark and a set of queens for Stephen. So it's gone check, check.
So if you move seats,
There comes the ace now. So that'll save Mark some chips, I'm sure. Stephen checked a third time. So Mark might think his 7's good now. He does. He's going to put in a bet. All right, not yet. He's counted chips in his hands, thinking about it.
I need to keep my blinds.
Oh, and he checked, and then and Stephen bet, and he folded. So well played by Mark. He didn't lose any chips there. Stephen flops a set of queens, doesn't get paid.
Yeah, we must be fully.
before we go, we're doing that. Be much better for you.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've got the time now. So.
Nice, play all the hours.
Big plan.
Yeah, previously I didn't have
So Sean Bloom doing very well, over 400,000 chips. So King 4 of clubs for Sean. It's not Sean, it's Sean. So raised by Darren Kramer with the Queen 10 suited. Howard moves all in with the 7s. Sheldon folds. Tim Makanusi out the way. Mark Liffman asks how much. He's got 10-6 before he looks at his cards, so it wasn't that he'd looked. He asks before he looks, so he knows. And Rudy's a quick folder. So background to Darren now. And he's folded, and Howard will get that through. So settling down now after the moving of tables, the 2 tables left. Manesh on the outer table with Ahmed. Queen 7 of clubs. Folded round to Tim. So Tim raises.
Me and you, Tim.
It was Tim that raised, not Sheldon. And being called by the pair. Mark Lippman called with the 4s, he misses the set there, but Tim checks back his straight draw. 3 diamonds brings the 3rd diamond on board. Mark has the only diamond, he's checking for that. So Mark deciding here if his 4s are still ahead or if the diamond is good. He's thinking one of the 2. Either my pair's ahead and he's on a diamond draw, or he's ahead of me and my diamond could be good. So he's going through it in his mind, deciding whether to call the 20k or not. That is not calling chips, that is raising chips. He raises. So strong move here by Mark. Tim doesn't have a diamond in his hand. Nicely played by Mark, and he takes down the hand. Did have the best hand.
One, two. Thank you so much.
Moving on to the next hand.
30 to go.
All right. So not too many hands left before the break.
No, I'm assuming you chatted through the random breaking of table process.
We did, and the viewers don't normally get to see that, so they saw the process how it works. Dobby, an interested observer.
Oh, good. I didn't swear or anything, did I?
Nope.
Oh, that's good. That makes a change. I tend to get frustrated.
So Kramer is raised, Tim is called, round to Mark Liffman.
Thank you, Nishad. You've read that out, I'm assuming.
Not yet, it's just come up.
Nishad Abdul, hello gentlemen. An excellent series in the Eastern Cape. Had a fantastic time and you guys made it even more memorable. Thanks, Nishad. What a ledge. You missed the next sentence, which is your checks in the post. I presume you still type it.
So we're going to go multi-way to the flop here after Stephen makes his decision.
I swear, yeah, I was literally, we were 12 and a half, I don't know what we were.
So Stephen elects to fold, wisely with the 8-4 off.
Yeah.
So a lot of diamonds there. Rudolph with the ace-10 of diamonds. Darren continues as he was a pre-flop aggressor. Tim calls with his gut shot. Rudy calls with his flush draw, nut flush draw. This will be the last hand. 8 doesn't change anything. And Rudy is well in front here. His ace high is good. And he has the nut flush draw. They both check to him now. Let's see if Rudy puts some money in here. He does. And Darren folds, and that'll get rid of Tim. And well played by Rudy. He'll take down that last hand.
Okay, we'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes.
We are back at main event 1D, and with me is Sean. Now, Sean, we've never spoken. First of all, welcome to Sunbet Poker Tour.
Thank you very much.
Tell us, how's your main event experience going?
Yeah, so far so good. It's my first ever Monster Jam event of any nature. So far I've got a good stack going nicely. Obviously the short-term aim is just to get to day 2. And then we'll see from there. But yeah, one hand at a time. And in terms of organization and production, everything seems amazing. So very happy so far.
Awesome, thank you. And tell us a bit about playing on the feature table. What's the experience like?
I mean, I've been there for the grand total of about 16 minutes. And I had 3 really bad hands. So far, yeah, I mean, hopefully get more hands after the break. But excited, yeah.
Well, enjoy the break, and we'll see you after. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And then I've got Darren Kramer. Pull in. How's main event going?
Yeah, awesome. We have 2 more levels to go, and I think we are 14 left. Got a decent stack. Moved to a feature table, but we're moving off. 8 minutes, long time. Rudolph, wants to change the scenery, so there we are. But yeah, going good.
And what's your table like at the moment?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I've just joined table, so some fresh new faces, but yeah, it'll be good.
Well, enjoy the break. We will see you after, and hopefully we see you in day 2.
Thank you so much. Yeah, cheers.
Thank you. The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever-beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our fourth stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved. The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our fourth stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved. The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our fourth stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved. The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our 4th stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved. The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our 4th stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved.
Welcome back to the Boardwalk Casino in the beautiful city of Kwabege in the Eastern Cape. It's your Sunbet Poker Tour. We are on day 9 of this series, the 4th stop on the nationwide tour. You've just been watching a clip on the Race to Vegas, and that's what it's all about for these guys. Everybody wants to win the money and the tournaments, but not forgetting, if you earn enough points and you end up on that leaderboard, you can be going to Vegas to win a big amount of money like Imran and Armour did at this past series, and not forgetting Ray Rami and Warren Zaki in the past, who got their tickets from events. So the dream is alive. If you score enough points, you can go. Just remember, you need to start applying for your visa now if you intend to go. And even if you don't win enough points on the leaderboard, Monster Jam and with Sunbet will be offering packages for you to go along with them, because we want quite a big contingent from South Africa to go to Vegas next year. So they're going to make it a whole thing. They'll be offering different packages, flights, accommodation, the various entries into tournaments. You can play satellites there. And speaking to the guys that just came back, there are tournaments galore. There's a tournament you can walk into literally every minute if you walk down the strip and go into all the different hotels. Everybody's running tournaments, not just the World Series of Poker that's going on. So remember, start applying for those visas early if you intend to go with, either by winning your way through to the Race to Vegas points, or if you're going to go with as one of the passengers with one of the packages that they will be offering. So we're going to start shuffling up and dealing. We'll move on to the next hand.
Okay, but it was cancelled in that place.
Blinds, 1,000, 2,000 with big blind ante of 2.
Going down to the cripple.
Huh? Yeah. Another Rudolph, hang on.
So the action will be as folded round.
I thought he folded, sorry. I apologize.
Action on shoulder now, 7-4 suited. He likes to play these gap connectors, especially suited. We will raise it. He's just he's raised to 6. Tim has come along with the king 10. It's folded round all the way to Darren Kramer. He lets that go in the big blind. So Tim has hit his king, 7 for Sheldon.
I like the way Tim plays. Obviously, played against him many times, but I enjoy Tim at the table. He's a gentleman as well. Bet 12, call 12.
Yeah, 12 bet. Sheldon continuing.
Sheldon with the 7 here.
And he's going to keep it going, but he's not going to get rid of Tim with his king.
He's also got a gut shot now, Tim.
He does. Sheldon's drawing very thin here. He doesn't find it on the river. Let's see if he shuts down now.
Sheldon looking perplexed, but not prepared to give up. So I think, I don't know what his sizing is here. 12,000. I don't think Tim's folding for that. And he'll show him the king. And he'll pick that pot up. 47,000 to the good. Good try, Sheldon. Unlucky, my friend. Manesh.
Manesh, yeah. Recognize the bracelet straight away.
Wonder what they signify, if anything. Maybe they're just a fashion item.
So Nish had put a further comment. He says, I got my wish finally and landed on the feature table during the Little Slam, and it was an awesome experience.
Good, mate. I'm glad you did. Sorry I didn't get a chance to chat and catch up, but hey ho, it's on YouTube for time immemorial, and I'm sure you can download it if you want to have a look at the way you played, and if you're happy, and you know, it's a good learning tool. Richard Barnard in the background there, and Bar and Spies. Wonder why they're here. What time is it?
I'm not sure what time day 1C starts, but it should be fairly short because it's 25 past 1 already.
I think I'll check that for us right now.
And Rudy is raised to 6,000. Darren with ace-jack suited in the small blind. Darren is 3-bet to 22k. Howard gets out the way with King Queen. So back off to Rudy. He makes the call. Flop is King Queen 8. Gut shot for Darren. He must continue because he 3-bet. Bet and fold by Rudy.
So that main event turbo is at 2:15.
Okay, so not too long.
45 minutes or so to go. Main event turbo, 1D, guaranteed 2 million prize pool, 15,000 will get you in.
That is Desmond Willifant. We saw him in the Little Slam. Benny Quinn next to him. Basil Mike is there, Joe Steggers, Nesh Kashev, Chris Gower, all on that table. Lightning Jack, morning Mark and Chess. So Mark and Chess, that's me twice. So Gary and Chess. This is Tom Hanks, thanks for your commentary.
What comes down, what do you do?
You say the feed is a little blurred, just check your DPI, you can adjust it. Because we're going out in full HD. So we've checked it here, we're monitoring the stream as it's going on the laptop here. We've pumped up ours to 180, 1080 DPI, 60 frames a second, and it's running perfectly. The flop is 6 ace 10. Sheldon leads into that because it was raised from the button by Darren with a king 9. Darren doesn't believe Sheldon. He knows what Sheldon's up to here. Donk leading into that flop.
Raise.
And he re-raises.
18.5.
Sheldon gives it up. And that is the answer to people that don't lead into you from the flop. And why it's not often suggested. Because if you're the original raiser, you 3-bet over that. And you're repping anything bigger. There's Stephen Courtney in the picture, Sean Bloom. So first look at him at the feature table, apparently from Cape Town as well. And he's doing incredibly well, he's over 400,000.
Oh, he's rocking.
So obviously knows his way around the poker table.
There's quite a few good players down in Cape Town who don't venture out normally. So I'm looking forward to meeting quite a few of them. And there's a few that we know but don't venture out after the pandemic, you know. So, I mean, Chad's mate, big mate is Nick Gara, of course. Recently got married down there, and we haven't seen Nick for ages. I look forward to catching up with him in Cape Town for sure.
And I wonder when Eugene is going to come out.
Well, I think he might get out. I mean, you know, we love Eugene, but he was very worried about the pandemic, from what I understand. So hopefully he's going to venture out. Certainly his home turf down that end.
That was never in doubt. That 2 was never in doubt. How much? 12,000. 12, right?
So Tim with the second pair makes the call, giving Rudy the speech. That gives Rudy a gut shot now. Oh, and Tim's going where we're now with the trip 5s. Checks again, see if he can get Rudy to bet. Let's have a look what Tim does, or is he going to lead into it? Well, he's going to bet his trip 5s now.
Oh. I think he's going to get called though. 39k in that pot. snap holes.
Yeah, he was never going.
It's nobody's fault. He knows that he's been there. This is a classic case of we're watching Paul and he's watching us on the camera there.
Absolutely.
That's Paul, our camera guy out there on the floor. He's in the shoulder-held Sony Max, bringing you those roaming pictures.
So down to 15 players left now out of the 68 that started this day 1C.
Sorry, Mark, what did you say?
There's 15 players left that started this day 1C of the of the 68.
Yep.
So not a lot got through from day 1B. I think there were only 2 or 3 that got through from day 1B. Matt Mahal had a massive stack of over 650k.
Which will be leading, I'm sure. Kramer with 7. With something to fight back with, I think. What has Tim got here?
He says I'm priced and I'm holding that amount in my hand. So Mark says I'm getting a price and comes along. Mark has spun it up nicely this morning to nearly 400k as well. He did have a big stack, but he's still done incredibly well to get that even bigger. So the ace of Howard goes ahead of the cards we can see. Nobody holding a spade. And Howard with a short stack is going to bang it all in with the ace. Action on Tim, he folds. Nobody else has got anything to fight back with. He shows the ace and takes down the hand. So nice gain for Howard.
Yeah, 1-1-1.
Yeah, 203 big blinds for Sean Bloom at the top there. A lot of big blinds.
Howard shoved that last time. That was his ace.
He did. He
he
shoved it and took it down. Nobody had anything to fight back with.
I just wanted to say this to Tim.
What is shot?
Okay, back to the next hand.
But you wouldn't have got more, you wouldn't have got next 10 grand. You might have got Darren definitely.
Yeah, I got Darren.
Would have actually been a far more profitable. Experience. Race 7,000.
So we will change Sean's name, so don't write in. It's spelled S-E-A-N, I know.
Darren has raised.
It's Lightning Jack. Feed a little bird. Oh, our feed is a little bird. Well, let me tell you, Lightning Jack, while I'm speaking to you, and Mark will watch me do it, I am going on the full screen for the feed. I'm going to settings. I'm going from 480 to 1080, 60 frames per second, which is better than high definition TV, and it's working fine.
That's what I did tell him. It's he needs to just adjust his settings. We'll knock ours back down just to monitor.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely putting out a very strong and very clear feed there. So Lightning Jack, hopefully you'll be able to retune and do something.
And Lightning Jack says his name is Tom Hanks.
Yeah, I'm not having that. We're not having that. We need proof.
So Brad will just fix the graphics for us. Yeah, there is the ace king for Stephen. Let's see if it's good. Darren has got ace king as well. It's a chop.
Tell me what you do.
Split pot.
Everybody loves the chop pot.
There we go. Brad can sing his chop pot song.
And
I've lost my ball.
Try to fold to the money or
so while we're waiting for the next hand, my wife has just sent me a picture of our custom-made Nike Dunks. How cool are they, Mark?
Yours look very sick. That red and black that you've designed.
Red, black, yellow with my name on the heel.
Yeah.
So Brads have also arrived at his house. These are custom-made Nikes, as on their website. But Bradley wants to open the box himself. He likes the smell of new shoes, apparently. But mine, I got my wife to open them.
And take a photo.
And take a photo, because I can't wait.
They look very cool. I will tell you that, Gaz.
They are super cool.
With your Gary A on the heel there.
Yeah. I'm going to be rocking these in Cape Town. So actually, I might have another pair by then. Okay, cool. We're back to the action on the feature table. Stephen Courtney here with King 10 under the gun. So looks like he's made a move.
He's raised.
Yep.
Raise.
Darren with pocket 10s re-raises.
Oh, wow.
Please let me have that.
And Mr. Liftman would like to enter into the fray.
Please let me have something.
You got
Nothing
garbage. Rudy gets out of the way.
Sean is folded.
Stephen not one to let go easily if he thinks he's got some equity. Let's see.
Makes the call. Good flop for 10s.
Very, very good. So Steve will check this, and Darren will continue. So he's bet half pots, just under. So continuing in the theme of Nikes being delivered to your house, did you see what says on the box?
Nike by Gary.
They actually say designed by me, Gary. Nike by Gary. These guys have got this wrapped up, this whole Nike thing and designing.
Very clever. Very clever hook.
Unbelievable. And they actually have a picture of my shoes, not anybody else's, mine, on the side of the box.
Yeah, they're one of a kind.
Yep.
Personally designed by yourself.
I don't know that they're going to be like the unique Air Jordans, be worth $100,000, but to me they're worth a fortune.
You fold them only winning hand, you fold them in worse set down.
Jack 9 for Mr. Kramer here. He's folded, suited ace, sorry, suited Queen 8 for Howard. Folded all the way around very quickly to Mark Lippman, sorry. Lippmans and Liftmans.
Yeah, Howard Lipman, Mark Liftman on the table. Going to get us tongue-tied.
Very Diamakar.
We'll stick to Mark and Howard, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
So Rudy comes along with a King 10 suited. Same one that that Stephen had under the gun.
So I see that Sean's wearing a tracksuit top there, or a hoodie, with a location on it. It's got Northings and Eastings. So we should find out where that is.
So Rudy gets a better flop than Stephen Courtney did. Pocket threes should go away here, as will the ace 3 offsuit.
Yep. Nice bet, Rudy.
Shows him.
Never getting rid of you, mate.
Never ever
Your club.
Yeah, so he has lines of longitude and latitude on his hoodie, so you usually find those where they buy those things. I'll ask him when I get a chance. The outside table, looking straight down over the shoulders of Ahmed and Chris there, and Joe Steggers.
And Ahmed cards in hand.
Let's give TP the dealer a shout out. They don't get enough credit. TP works very hard as well.
They've gone to the river there.
There's a little bit of juice in the pot there, just north of the flop box as we look at it. I'll continue watching the feature table. You've got this one, Mark.
Yeah, I've got this. We can't see the exact cards, but there's action on Joe.
Baby's in.
And he's reaching for chips.
So Howard has just gone
There we
all
go.
in on the feature
Okay,
table.
so,
We can stay where you are.
3 spades, 2 queens, king, a jack, and an 8.
The action is folding around, folding around, folding around. Round to Darren Kramer. He will also fold.
Joe bets and Ahmed gives it up, and Joe will take down that pot. There we go. We can go back to the feature table as Joe stacks his chips.
I don't know what Howard had in that hand, but what I will say is he was in very quickly, and every player on the table snapped for it.
He gets respect when he does that, does Howard.
Yep, so I'm pretty sure it was a pretty high-powered premium there.
I was busy watching on the stream the ad that went out, and the whole little thing of the boardwalk looks very cool.
The one with the overhead shots and stuff.
Yeah, it looks very cool, showing you the hotel and everything. It's nice.
There's the old drone for the pictures. Mark Littman here got his jacks.
Raises. It really gives him the looks as you're raising every hand. All in by Howard. Call. It's all in and call. Sevens versus the jacks. 3 clubs there, so the 7 of clubs goes away now as well for an out. So 7 of spades and 7 of spades only for Howard. It's another jack. Rudy tells Howard that Mark rivered him. He rivers his set of jacks. All the chips will go across, and there's Howard, the gentleman, moves his chips across before he leaves the table.
I like that.
Other players will get up and just walk away.
I like that a lot.
He actually moves the chips across in very neatly.
That's how I was taught as well. Always slide your chips in the direction of the player who won them to recognise that you'd lost them. Thanks, Ad. See you in the next round. I've no doubt of that.
So Mark Liffman will add to his stack there. Well over 400 now.
So we've had a dealer change out on the future table. Siku is now our dealer. Siku the baby.
Yeah.
Okay, we're off and running on the feature table. New hand. Tim with 10-9 here.
Tim under the gun. Back to the dealer. Jacks
Mark.
again.
Jacks again.
2 different ones this time because he had the jack of clubs in the last one. Action on Stephen. Stephen folded 3s there, quite wisely out the way. Kramer gets rid of ace 10. Sheldon gives up the thing, and I think he's going to show them twice in a row. That is the bracelet they are paying for in this event, the Boardwalk Casino Sunbet Poker Tour, the SPT 2022. Main event on the side. So action back on Mark, under the gun, ace-6. Mark folded that from early, taking a rest after the jacks back-to-back. Stephen Courtney is raised with the ace-9 suited.
Raise 6,000.
Darren Kramer comes with ace-10. Sheldon says, I'm going to defend my small blind with the jack-7 off, and Tim will come along with 6-5. We'll go 4 to the flop. Darren gets the best of that.
Check.
Only a 6 for Tim.
Check. $12,000.
Tim has hit middle pair. He wants to come along. Float one there.
Fold. Fold.
Brings another heart on board. Darren does have the 10 of hearts in his hand. Tim checks. Darren will continue. I think Tim has to give it up because either Darren was on the flush draw and got there, or he had the 10 and was beating you already. That was a raised pot, but there were multiple callers.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. See.
Darren will stack his chips. Nice 32.5k gain. Darren going well over 300,000. Nunt wandering around in the background. No doubt getting ready to jump into that turbo. I see a lot of people heading to the cashier's desk there.
Yeah, that'll be popular for all the people who have made it yet.
Rudy with the 2 aces now.
6,000.
He raises to 6k. No opposition yet. Game was already out the way. Down to Sheldon, he folds, so Tim comes along. 7-3 suited. Mark Lipman with 10-6 suited in the big blind is now getting a price. And he comes, so those are 2 hands that are dangerous to those aces. So the only one that's hit anything is Tim. He's hit middle pair. And a gut shot for, well, bottom pair for Mark. So they both hit a pair. Rudy continues. Makes it 20k. It's too much for Tim with his second pair. He lets go around to Mark. Shows him 10-6, really says. So Rudy will take that in with the pocket aces. There is your leaderboard on the feature table. Stephen Courtney at the bottom, and he's got 47 big, so by no stretch of imagination is anybody short at this feature table if the bottom player has 47 bigs at this stage. So they're all doing pretty well. Trying to take the stack through today, 2 later.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He's got everything.
Pocket aces for Sean now, so they've moved one box on. They've gone from Rudy to Sean. King Queen folded by by Darren, but Sheldon makes the call with Queen 10. Mark Lipman with 10-9 suited.
3 of us to the rock.
Has called, and Rudy has folded the big blind.
So any help for these other 2 here? Oh, well, not if you flop a set of aces.
Yeah.
It isn't.
Check.
And now the thing is for him to get paid.
Check.
He checks. Action on Sheldon. He checks as well. So Mark Lipman increases his equity now. He's got an up and down draw. And there's a gut shot, a double belly buster for Sheldon, a 9 or a king. So So a bit of danger for those aces now. I think both of them are going to call, one with the double belly buster and one with the up and down. So he needs to dodge on the river, yeah. Mark's put the call in as well. And fortunately for Sean, neither of them find their outs.
Check.
That board is very favorable to the set of aces now. There's no straights, no flushes. I mean, there's a bottom straight, that's it. 4-5, and it'd be hard to see someone with 4-5 in their hand. Put the value bet in, he's not going to get paid. Sheldon folds. Can't believe he didn't get there with his double belly buster, and Mark folds his up and down.
Stick to jacks.
I 10 queen. I mean, in a 9 or 10.
I had 9, 10 of clubs. It was a nice turn for me there. I knew I get paid off if the 7 comes out. Right. Queen was a little bit more doubtful.
Yeah, no, that was
10-9 suited for Steven. It's under the gun.
Raise 6,000.
He's raised. Darren with the king-queen suited comes along. The 2 go to the flop, the king for Darren, the 10 for Steven.
11,000.
Steven bets 11k for the 10. He gets called. Now Darren has 2 pair. Gut shot now for Steven.
Check. $18,000.
So 18k to call by Stephen Courtney now after Darren bets on the turn. He's got a gut shot and a pair. Let's see. Seeing how much of his stack it takes. He knows he's well behind now. Oh, he re-raises. He's making a move on Darren. Makes a move on Darren, and Darren has 2 pair, top 2.
He's going nowhere. Yeah, that'll be, if he tries to continue this story, he's going to get burnt.
Check.
So full house on Darren has got to see how much can he get paid, but Steven's not paying him anything more. He tried his move on the turn. Darren will put the value bet in, but he's not going to get paid.
68.
And Steven gives it up quickly. Taps the table.
She got in that hand. Good. How many minutes? What's the time now? Yep.
Changed. Shrek found a cow.
Hey?
Shrek found a cow, not a donkey.
Have
Nice hand by Darren.
Yeah, started my stopwatch. Yeah. Oh, wow, you gotta see that hand. You gotta see it. You gotta see it.
As soon as the level goes to the next level, it'll be
Yeah. We'll see it. So if you just noted, literally 30 minutes from now.
Yeah, it's like 26 minutes now. Well, the hand started on 5 minutes ago. Cool. As we hit the next level.
Man, you'll hide nothing from us.
I mean, I can see that 30 people want to watch the stream. People with the clock on.
Darren with ace-7 under the gun, folds. Giving it a rest now, tickling a nice pot there. Sheldon with the suited connectors.
Raise 6,000. Raise. Tim, I don't know if you're doing it on purpose, but you've got a dead stack of things in the front there. What is it now? Got it. 7,000. Cool. What did you have there, by the way? King Queen.
Queen of diamonds, queen of diamonds. King? Queen of diamonds, queen of diamonds. I swear if he has a pair, it'll be a lot. Maybe he has a 10 jacks.
So fold from Stephen Courtney. Background of Sheldon with a 7-6 here. He's called, so we're going to flop. 9-9-3. So ace high ahead here.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
That's a nice rack as well.
Such a nice guy.
And Tim will take that down with a bet.
He's still around. I mean, that man.
I don't even know, but
Really?
Nah. When we were kids,
Yes.
we used to play a game called Escalada.
Okay.
Stephen Rupp, not Stephen Rupp, Stephen Rupp, myself, Greg Landauer, the whole crew.
Yes.
And he was one of the sicky.
No, they're very secure. Well, you know, they're putting dead bodies into violence for a while.
There's Ahmed scooping the chips.
Like the charity box.
Action on Darren. He's in the big blind, so it's not on him. The action is actually on Sheldon. He's folded already. Round to Tim. He folds. Round to Mark Liffman. He's got Queen 4 off. He's out the way. Rudy wants to come in. Jack 8 suited. He'll raise. Sean folds, Stephen folds. So action is now on Darren. Folds. Darren folds the small ace. And Rudy will get that raise through. So Darren up to 373k now.
What did you have? 10. King 10.
No, 10.
Oh, you had
10-2 or something.
Something like that, around that. Maybe the 10
Darren in fine form as well this morning, giving lots of banter. Well, say this morning, it's already moved on to afternoon. Feels like morning. We've been here for quite a while. Already quite mid-afternoon.
It was a nice river for you. You didn't want to see a jack.
No, I did not want to see it. No, that would have been the night where it's got all there. Yeah, they're markers. But you can, no, you can get it on there. Yeah, that there, the sock on there, some random one. You can get on that. Still 2-0?
So Haggai, an interested observer of that table, where Ahmed has got a lot of chips.
Raise 5,500. Call.
So Queen 8 suited here for Tim is raised. It's gone all the way around. Rudy is called. Stephen Courtney came with the ace 9. Sheldon also with ace 9 is called. So 3 aces out there. 2 of them ace 9s. So let's see what the flop can bring us. That Queen 8 looks a lot better now. Here we go. Just the everybody else was holding one another's cards and he was the only one that had different ones. And he flops huge, does Tim. He's checked it.
Little straight here, the board. Not a lot, but a little. Enough to get Sheldon excited.
Yeah, he's betting the gut shot.
Yep.
There's Tim pull the trigger now.
So he's flat, yeah.
Raise.
It is
Raised.
18,000.
Rudy, having hit the jack, gets out the way. Look at that. How's that for discipline by Rudy?
Very good play. Rudy has got game, trust me. Excuse me, sorry.
Stephen has already folded, so it's on Sheldon now with a gut shot only. And he gives it up. Tim nods his head.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Okay, so that is the stack of Mr. Ahmed Karim. Want to guess how much that is?
It's a lot. That's 400 and something, definitely. Because that's 100 in the front there on the bottom. That's 200, 300 already in the purples.
Yep.
And then you've got all the pinks and everything. So around 400 odd.
I think you're about right. Just over the 400k. Nice camera work there by Paul, thank you.
I say if he folded two, that'd be a lot.
It's a big problem. You're such a bully, man. That's because you worked for one when you were young.
You guarded him up, huh?
Mark Cliffman under the gun, 7 deuce.
We're not playing that game.
Nope. Rudy's a folder. Sean folds.
I know.
Stephen Courtney's taken quite a hit since he came here. He's down to 50k and he had 140.
You're right, 14700.
I have 2-7 space. Going in over there.
So that goes all the way around quickly. Move on to the next hand. Rudy will be under the gun. A lot of people around that cash desk, they're ready to jump into that day 1C.
That's the turbo at 2.
Yeah, because if you think that
230, sorry.
there were like 7 that got through from day 1A, only 3 that got through from day 1B, and we're down here to 15 already.
So it'll be a small field, but a big field.
Yeah, so the day 1C will come to its conclusion later, and there'll be the survivors from this. So if you jump into day 1D, you've got quite a good chance of coming through to day 2 into that 2 million prize pool.
Sounds like a plan. Unfortunately, we can't anymore.
No, we can't, Gaza. We are interested observers only.
There's a great story about a girl who was working for this chap, and he asked her out for dinner, and she says, "I'm making a rule never to go out for people I work with." He said, "That's fine, you're fired. I'll pick you up at 7." So we can't play the poker tournament because we're contracted to Monster Jam brackets Sunbet Sun International. So maybe I could just fire myself for the day.
There we go.
What do you think?
You could do that. You have the power to do so.
Yeah, but then who's going to re-employ me because I'll be fired?
Your good mate Cole.
No, he wouldn't take me on. He'd say, "Good riddance, get out of here."
Yeah. So, meanwhile, in this hand, it was raised by Sean. There were a couple of callers. On the flop, the ace came. Sean continued. Sheldon called. The turn has brought another, has brought a 5. So Sheldon has to face a bet of 22k now. He's out kicked, and he's going to realize his kicker's in trouble by now. But he comes along. So he's hoping for a big picture on the river to get him a chop, because that's not going to be no help to him. Unless he's setting up to rep that 9, that he's got 9s full of 5s. And in his range to have called pre with it, Sean's having none of it. He's putting in the big bet here. There's 80k in the pot. Looks like he's going for over half pot. 30,000. He's gone for a little less. Sheldon shakes his head. He knows. He knows his kicker's no good. Once he's done that with a shake of the head, he's not repping anything here, that's for sure. He's already given up on the hand in his own mind. Says I might as well go home and makes the call. He's going to see it. He knew, Gaz.
Yeah, all day. I like Sheldon. Played nicely all day.
So he's going to have very little left over his shoulder now.
The challenge is chip in a chair.
So the unfortunate problem when you play a weaker ace and the ace hits and the pre-flop aggressor is betting, pretty sure he's got a better kicker than you. But you've got the top pair and you don't want to fold.
Easy game, man. Bet it, get it, eh? Just fucking bet it, get it, bet it, get it. That's the idea, right?
Fellow Camptonians giving him some ribbing.
If you want to get into your get comfortable, you can start doing so now. Players in 1B, if you want to multi-table, we are going to allow you to multi-table. If you feel like you want to get flying in the other section.
So Darren with the ace-8 in the hijack. It's raised. So the raise and the call. Gut shot for Darren. He checks. Tim checks back. Diamonds are working for Tim now. So when Darren checks him a second time, Tim is going to have a stab at this now.
Including the chops, obviously.
And Darren folds though when that third diamond comes. So Tim takes that down.
Easy to make a good player fold.
Almost impossible to make a bad player fold.
If you've got a player who just doesn't know how to fold at your table, you can put as much as you want and he's not folding.
Yeah.
So you need to identify those people very early because they are the dangerous ones.
Those are the ones you cannot pull a move or a bluff against.
Unless, of course, you've got the stone cold nuts.
Yeah.
And then it's quite handy having them on the table.
Absolutely, you're going to get paid.
Okay. 1,500, 2,500, 2,500 on the big blind ante. This is hand number 65 of the day.
Darren has folded, Sheldon has folded. Sheldon's going to be putting those chips over the line very shortly. He needs to spin that up again. Mark on the button with an ace. He's going to raise. Rudy eyeing him. Rudy with ace-jack is 3-betting.
So definitely out kicks him.
There comes the 3-bet. And Mark will give Rudy respect. I don't see him calling with the ace-10 here against Rudy, even though he's in position. Ask how much have you got behind. Rudy shows him this.
Mark is thinking about pulling the move and putting them all in here.
That's what I'm seeing now when he grabs that. I thought he was going to give Rudy the respect and fold, but now he's wanting to maybe go back over the top and make Rudy fold.
If I know Rudy, I think he'll call him.
He's going to do it.
Oh, Rudy's face says he's not folding. Sorry, he's folding.
He's just made the call. He decided to go that route. So
okay.
he didn't pull the move, he didn't fold, he went for the call.
He was going for it all there.
I did as well. Once you said it, initially I thought he'd fold to Rudy. Now he's going to shed chips to Rudy. Rudy checks, all in, and what's the call?
Good box face. You got me.
We need a queen, a king, or 10. 10 will help.
That's what he needs.
He's called it. Queen or a king for a chop.
Hold on.
There's the chop, but the hearts are still working for Rudy. And there come the hearts. And Rudy gets his just reward. He was well ahead.
That is harsh.
But it's harsh once the chop comes on the turn.
109, I think.
So for the viewers out there, that was Mark Woods who called that card. If you want to shoot him, please don't include me in that. I don't do such things.
I just call the outs, Gary. I don't call for them. I say what's available.
He'll be the bigger one of the two of us.
The bigger target.
You won't be able to see me. I'll be behind Mark.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, we don't call for the cards. We just call what we see coming.
We don't even think about the call. We call it.
And,
114, 500. 114, 500. 109.
Bradley says I'm wriggling out of it. I just said there's a heart available.
Next.
Still here. Still here.
Being a bit of fun in the back here with me. So we'll move on to the next hand. Darren will be under the gun.
I'm busy.
One big. Turn was wonderful. That was attractive. Turn is good for him, man. That's it.
Sheldon puts it all in now.
Good luck,
Big
Sheldon.
9.
Snap falls.
Might get looked up here by the ace.
I think Marcus are calling now. He's got Rudy behind him, but you see, Rudy's fault.
So Rudy has folded. I think Rudy would have called if he marked it call. And Sheldon will be happier to see that end than if he had seen Rudy's that he would have been dominated against.
Yeah.
Just an ace on the clock. Like a little bit of retribution.
There you go. There's some retribution for you.
Yeah, do another heart.
The heart again is the scare. Doesn't come full house for Sheldon.
It comes up in here.
Sheldon doubles up.
two players that are here for the turbo. Day 1D. Players that are here for the turbo, please make your way to the quick. Bring your slips.
No, man, look at that, man. It's incredible. Turbo. It's a lot, man.
See Jesse Rosen is jumping in the turbo. Fayette as well. Cowley there. Back to the action on the feature table.
So there's Mark Liffman Stacker taken a little dent now with his shoulder, and Rudy being doubled up through him. Darren gets told well played by Rudy as he gets the walk.
You.
So there are the players starting to take their seats, and there's Howard Lippman. He's already jumped in. He was just left us here on the feature table. He's jumped into day 1C.
Nothing else to do, he said.
Yeah, we've got Clayton Tallywanth there. We've got Faye there. We've got Robert Carley. All of them taking seats. So it's starting to fill up. There's 2 tables already there for day 1C. Day 1D. Day 1D. Goodness, we're on day 1C. Turbo is day 1D. This is day 1. So Tim with the aces. We've seen quite a few pocket aces on this feature table this week today.
5, isn't it?
Yeah, going around. Sean with a rag ace will fold. He did have aces and made a set and got paid nicely. Darren comes along with a suited king 4. Sheldon in the big blind now being given a price. So did Tim limped under the gun and hoped for a raise and never got it.
Dangerous game.
Darren has hit a king, he checks it. Sheldon has hit the queen and will bet it. And Tim will pop it. And they'll know straight away. Look at Darren, snap folds the king.
Sheldon's having none of it.
Sheldon calls. He needs help. That is not it. Checks now, and Tim fires a big one. Sheldon open folds the queen. He shows him the aces. So they've got all these raises behind. When I limp to aces, nobody raises. Play me.
Well, we can always give a range for you not to get aces.
I didn't raise this time around. Yeah. That's why I thought I would raise, maybe. I know you didn't have but you just didn't do it. Why not?
So they're taking their seats and they're going to start shuffling up and dealing there in that day 1D turbo. See Barton Spies has taken his place up there.
So there's not too much cost to go into the team. Players in 1D, if you want a multi-table, you're welcome to multi-table.
Now they take it, I mean, you hear that.
Either your blinds are 1 and 2, you may shuffle up and deal good luck to all players.
Pocket jacks for Sean now. Raises. Round 2 Sheldon. 8-5 suited in the small blind. He comes along. Round to Tim. 10-5 off. He wants to defend his big blind as well by the looks of things. He's thinking about it.
Wow. Gee whiz. Now I'm okay. Should think this one through.
He's not so sure anymore.
It's 4 more, eh? 13. More to 13.
He doesn't make the call. So Sheldon hits the 8. going to shove it all in with the 8. Taking his chances against Sean. See if he can get Sean to fold the jacks here. Asked how much it is. He makes the call. It's not enough to get him off. He says, have you got the king? He says, no. He'll be very relieved. So there the outs for Sheldon at the top of the screen. He needs an 8 or a 5. On a 7 now. 8, 5 or 7. King is no good and Sheldon will be eliminated.
Like I said, bet. I didn't have to bet there. It's a simple game. Simple, it's bet. All I have to do is pull.
Candace Hartman, the Liftmans and those jacks, though, again, similar to yesterday, they're not shy to get them back to back. This is an incredible game. It is indeed an incredible game, Candace. Candace, avid watcher of the stream as well.
So we're on to hand number 70. Rudy will be first to act.
There were C players. The next round you deal with one, they're going to be 1,400 3,000. That's 1, 5, 3,000, 3,000 in the big line. Day 1 D players. This is your last level of day 1A. Of day 1 D. This is your last day 1 level.
Brilliant, brother, and you wanted to mow.
Blinds are up here. Next hand.
We're on 16. We're on 16. Say, how many have you got there? 16. How much you get? 30, 35, 37.
Folded quickly round. Tim in the small blind complete. Option on mark. Checks. 2 pair for Tim. Tim not running too shabby here this morning, to this afternoon. And mark folds.
Small blind special, no range. 1,500. 2,000.
So Lightning Jack, Tom Hanks equals HD Poker. He says, Gary gave me the nickname of Tom Hanks. You played on the other table at the time. He says, thanks, I've changed my settings. Now it's perfect.
Of course I know that.
So you've given him the nickname of Tom Hanks.
Yes, it was me. Guilty as charged. Sorry, buddy. Lightning Jack, welcome back.
Gone all in by Stephen with the King 10. He's round to Tim on the button. He's got Queen 10. Folds.
Listen, if you can get it down
Round to Mark.
play 6-7 suited today. Exactly the same.
Rudy on form again.
Call by Mark.
I think it's a reasonable call by Mark, A7 suited.
Yeah, it is. He knows that Stephen's shoving pretty light from early.
Yeah, his range will be pretty wide there.
And he is ahead.
What happened?
So we go to the flop. 2 clubs straight off the bat for Mark. Ace ahead still. 10 now for Stephen. He picks up. Stephen will get that through with the 10. And a mild but celebratory punch.
King 10.
Back and do 2-1 in the flips, but certainly doing okay in the game, grinding away nicely. So 1,000, 3,000, 3,000 on the big blind empty.
Down to 11 there. Ahmed?
So Tim, 368,000 behind, doing very well. Raises us up with the ace 8.
No, 11. 6.
14 in total. 11 more 2.
So Sean picks up the pocket 10s here against Tim. He pulls,
Check.
checks.
20.
Pulls. Doesn't believe he's got a jack. 4 spades is pretty much a brick.
Check.
Double pairs the board. So more reason for Tim to think his ace is good here. In actual fact, Sean is holding up there. Sean up to 500,000 chips here, so not short in any stretch of the imagination.
22,000.
It wouldn't be unusual for Tim to pay this off with the ace high, double pair board. I would be suspicious, I've got to say. Unless he gives him a jack, of course, doesn't give him a 4 runner. Looks like he'll pay it off with the ace high. Let's carve the chips out, as you can see. You've got 9s. 10s, you were close. Stay on that picture. Yeah, Tim knows he was right, but I support his call there 100%. Double pair board. I think I'm calling it off with ace high there as well.
Not my car, your car.
Hey? He's not my guy, he's his guy. He milks him for all the chips and I get knocked every time.
Small bit. Raise 8,000.
Stephen with the King Jack here. Jack 9 for Rudolph. checks. It's a caller. No, it's the better, sorry. That's 20k. Steve will get out of the way. Check, bet, fold.
I'm shifting the ground.
I had to put my hand up.
So that was a shot at the outside table. King 7 for Tim. Takes his phone off the table. I telepathically told him to do that.
Raise 10,000.
Folds all the way around, sure. Back to Rudolph. Rudolph gets a walk.
He held up a 10 on for me on that.
You get 3 chips, basically.
Black.
Not often you'll see that happen at this level.
Yeah.
That's a nice shot from the table, outside, inwards. You can see the guys to the left. Mark gets rid of the X7 off. Rudy flicks in a chip to indicate his call.
Raise 6,000.
When you get excited like that, you decide not to go the whole way. Yeah.
9, 10, and Jack on the flop. Pair of 9s for Rudy. 2 diamonds, of course, here for Steve Courtney as well. 4 pairs up. Tim has a stab. Complete stab with 7-5 here. Rudy says, I'll come along. I've got a 9. And the 2 diamonds of Steve Courtney have come along. River card will be a decider. Decider is easy. Mr. Fourie with his 9. Not much for Tim to rep here.
Hit 5,000. Day 3-5.
Bet was see if I can get him off it. Well played. Well played, young sir. Very aggressive.
I have anything. Well, you're going to see it now. The answer to that is no. I know Rudolph hasn't got anything, and you would have been all in with a flush draw. I can't lie to you. You're going to see it now. I'm 7-5.
Said I can't lie to you.
I was hoping for
You can lie to him because you get his poker.
low straight.
Raise 10,000.
Next time I will have it,
Rudy raises 10,000. Sean gets out of the way. Stephen Courtney with King 9.
Yeah. 10.
Darren with 7-6. Looks like he's gone already.
So Tim being asked the question here in the small blind. The ace-5, he gives it up. Mark folds, and Rudy gets that through.
I had an ace.
Yeah, the ace.
I had an ace.
So we're nearing the end of this day 1C. A couple of big stacks being built here. Sean there, 571k. Jack 7 suited under the gun. Well folded. He's been playing very snugly. Chipped up nicely since he came to the feature table. He came to the feature table at 412. All in again by Stephen. He's found an ace and he's moving all in. Wants to pick up that dead money in the middle. Mark Liffman saying, oh, he's got King 10 off. Asking how much. Made the call, does he? Yeah.
61 and out. There it is. I called you.
Ace 4 versus the King 10.
Must get somewhere.
Mark says, I've got to get one of them.
It'll come to King. King!
Oh, he finds the ace, so he's pretty safe there now. Running cards only for Mark, and he is safe now. So Stephen will double up, gets to 129k.
I'm feeding you up. Ready to come.
Gives a little whew as he's relieved to get the double up. Round to Mark. Mark's taken a good few hits. He's doubled up Rudy, doubled up Sheldon, he's doubled up Stephen Courtney twice.
And then the king comes ace off.
And he hasn't managed to get one of them. And he's been ahead some of the time. Some of the times he's been behind, but he hasn't managed to find one of them yet.
The 10-10.
Yeah, what do you have there?
Ace something.
Oh, ace high.
Yeah, ace high.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean,
It was, you know, it's you to go.
So 6 players left on this feature table. So again, not a lot are going to be getting through, as I said. Memory serves me correct, and I stand to be correct. There's only 10 players through from days 1A and 1B combined. Darren with the ace 4 suited is raised. Mark Lippman with the jack 10 on the button makes the call. Rudy folds. Round to Sean. He folds.
but more chips I don't do that. Because I know you can afford to make them.
Up and down for Mark. Bet and a call, bet and fold by Darren, and he will take that one down.
Gives to the cow. I think it's the cow that gets
Just clearing off this unwanted spam off the feed. There's people that love to post this horrible stuff here. cleared off there. To move on to the next hand, Darren under the gun is folded. It's round to Tim. Oh, he hasn't folded yet, Darren. He's in the big blind, Darren. So the button hasn't been moved correctly. Darren is in the big blind. It's not under the gun. Rudy has come along. Just limped in here. Action on Sean Bloom. He's on the button. He raises the button now, the Sean. So it's folded back round to Tim, who limped in with a queen 9. He folds after having limped in. Back round to Mark Liffman, who also limped in, but he's going to make the call.
Squeeze play there.
So Mark Liffman moves all in. He's hit the 8. Rudy makes the call with King Jack.
Rudolph Key. A little ace there. Straight away, we're 9. That's what it looked like. 9. Well played. Cheers, guys. That's fine, man. Cheers, man. Thanks. Cheers. Squeezing there, you're good there.
I made a play on the flop, but the insta-call put me on the 6.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I made a play on the flop. But,
Jeff, you know what that ace is?
So Rudy eliminates Mark Liffman. Sure, he'll jump into that turbo as well.
Said he had a pair on the flop. What'd you raise with?
No, you made a squeeze.
connected cards.
Doesn't mean
I mean, look at you. You just always have chips, eh? How?
This is the golf 9
I mean, the gold mine.
The hard, that's the golf 9.
They're going to stop branding shirts and the works. It's a brand name. Yeah, it is a brand name. Yeah. I guarantee you a lot of people don't know who the hell Rudolph is.
They know what golf 9 is, I'll tell you that much.
So I was moaning. I mean, I've done a hours. Two great hours moaning.
Yeah.
So Gary said that there was a commercial request, public request.
Yeah.
Relaxing the hard part. Gives him the money worth.
Pocket aces for Stephen Courtney on the button. Folded to him.
Wasn't an easy ride.
Raise 6,000.
Raised by Stephen, defended by Tim in the big blind with the king-queen suited.
What do you got, 1.1 now?
Tim checks. Stephen checks back his ace, getting tricky. Now he's got to be careful because Tim has now got the flush draw and the up and down straight draw. His aces are in danger of being cracked here.
I was actually a hit. I had ace 9 in there.
So Stephen deciding to raise it now. But at the point that he raises it now, Tim has a lot of equity. He's got the flush draw and he's got the up and down straight draw. He whiffs them all, so Stephen will be relieved when he sees what Tim had. He escaped here. Tim checks. Stephen's going to be worried about that second jack now.
600. More or less. What are they, 650?
He's not that worried. He's moved all in. If I heard correctly, No, he hasn't moved all in. He just, or somebody else was talking. Pick up something over the stream sometimes. He puts in a bet. And Tim gives it up. Tim's going to show him. He says, look at the arts that I had.
Flush draw any 9. My position, I had to any 9, any club, any one of your races.
You got outplayed, Tim.
It was,
come, boy, come.
I was just praying that you weren't hitting me. There's Jack. There was a straight. I was, with those aces, I was committed. I had to go for it.
How are you?
How much only 4 left?
I wouldn't have bet the river. Because you're not getting any more money out of me. You're only getting 4 with a better hand.
Unless you thought I was just going, taking up you might have thought I was
They're debriefing that down. Looks like we might be heading to a single table here by the looks of things. So that means we're down to 9 players. So it's not a break, guys. The dealer's telling them. Players are just coming in. They may have paused the clock. If we look at the timing screen, I don't know if the clock has been paused.
It was an 8. If that 8 was a 9,
You're missing a 9.
A 9 or any club.
A 9 or an ace.
Or an ace or any club.
All right, so that means there are very few players getting through from day 1A. Only 3 got through from day 1B, and there's 9 left here in day 1C with a number of about quite a bit of time left on the clock, about half an hour on the time still. So not a lot are going to get through from the first 3 days. So that turbo is going to rock and roll now because there's a 2 million rand guaranteed prize pool. They're going to go in excess of that. So around 17 people will get paid if we look at the numbers. And it'll go up even more. And there's not that many going through. So it's great value to jump into that turbo and get a stack and go through to day 2 and have your bite at that prize pool. So they're balancing in now. David is just busy working out all the things. So they're all shifting. There's a redraw. They're moving their seats around. So the clock has been paused while they do this. So they're just doing the table redraw. Balance the table, bring all the new players in.
We're not on a break.
So David is telling them we're not on a break. It's just a case of moving you while the clock is paused. As soon as everything is moved, they will continue. Yes, 1 table left. So we're just waiting for them to bring the other players to the table, down to 9 players.
Okay. Ahmed. Second. Who was sitting here?
Gary will go out there and just see who's in what seat and give us the names and the numbers. There'll be 9 players on the table.
They always say good. I'm telling you that.
Who's short?
We're just moving the chips to the different boxes. You can see Darren's moved into seat 8. So Darren Kramer moved to seat 8. In seat number 9 is Manesh Kashev.
Who's in 1?
Rudolph moving to seat 3. Just seeing where everybody's being moved to. Gary, you can see the back of Gary's staff shirt there. Here's Ahmed next to Timur Kanusi. So Tim is in seat 5, Timur Kanusi in seat 5. Ahmed Karam in seat 6. So Tim in seat 5, Ahmed Karim seat 6. Sean Bloom is in seat 4.
Yeah. Take it out for him. Don't stream in this, eh? I'm not going to stream this last half hour. It's too complicated.
Yeah, I know that. I understand. Yeah, people could learn a lot from me in the last half an hour.
All right, so the news from the outer front is that the remainder of this day 1 C will not be streamed at the moment, and we will return later with day 2.
Others, you pretty much made the money.
The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our 4th stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved. The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our 4th stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go and there's plenty of time for you to get involved. The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever-beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu.
Right, hi, my name's Stephen Courtney. I'm from Cape Town and up here in Boardwalk doing round 4 of the Monster Jam series. Well, I'm fairly new at poker. I've only started playing live from late last year. Started playing at the beginning of lockdown. But it seems to me like it's growing in the last year. I've really seen a pickup in especially the Monster Jam series, but also the play up in Joburg. So it seems like it's growing. Yeah, I've played the whole series. So this is round 4. I've played the other 3. In Times Square, Sun City and Sibaya, and yeah, I'm planning to do the 5th one in Cape Town as well. Yeah, so I've really had a good series at Monster Jam. I've managed to cash in the main of all the first 3, which is quite unique. I'm not sure if there's any other player that's managed to cash in all 3, so proud of that. And made the final table at Times Square. So that was the biggest tournament, 501 players. So it was my first Monster Jam, and to get to the final table, top 9 was great. Unfortunately got knocked out in 9th position, but really stoked to have made the final table there. So that's an interesting question because everyone has their favorite hands. Some of them are not great hands. Some people enjoy King 2, or I really enjoy Jack 10. I don't like Ace King. It's a bit of a trappy hand. Often people overvalue Ace King. I like King suited, King X suited. Many hands I enjoy. Everyone has their own favorite. So I've never been to Vegas. I've traveled a lot, but never for poker. And definitely have ambitions. I would love to make the top 10. To join the team going across. I'm currently ranked 23rd on the leaderboard, so need to get some lucky cashes to build up my points, but will certainly go next year if I get in. Otherwise, I'm going to look around and see what small tournaments there might be in Europe or Southeast Asia, and definitely have a plan to go and play somewhere overseas and get some experience. Definitely.
Hi, my name's Dayani, and yeah, I mean, love MJPT. About the poker scene in South Africa, it's small. It's not a number of players, but it's good to see some new players come in all the time. The nice thing about MJPT is that you always get new faces and new guys that form a love for the game. Yes, I have played. I've played all of them. And yeah, it's always something that we look forward to getting there. Sabah is good, Sun City, and Pretoria is always big, which is quite nice. The fields are big and the prize pools are always quite massive. Yeah. Yes, I have made a couple of final tables. I've won a couple as well. The ones that I've won tag team, I've won Diddle Slam, and there was one slow roll as well. I have made final tables, I think all of them, but I need to cash in more. Well, the best starting hand is the winning hand, but yeah, I think it's not about the start. Any hand is a good starting hand. It's what brings out on the flop, and that's where the game starts. I've been about 6 times. In fact, I went for 6 weeks this year. Vegas is amazing. It's awesome. Fields are amazing. Poker player's dream. I recommend for guys to obviously get enough experience so then you can go to Vegas, but yeah, they call it a dream for a reason. The pots are big, and if you make it, you make good money, but it's always a draw.
What up everybody, Jay Something here. I'm having so much fun. It's the 4th edition of the Sunbet Poker Tour. We're out in Port Elizabeth at the Boardwalk Casino. See you in Vegas, baby.
This is Mark Joseph. We're at the Boardwalk Casino in the beautiful Port Elizabeth. Come and join us because we are on our way to Vegas, baby.
Boardwalk Casino. Come join us for some fun, and we're on our way to Vegas, baby!
We are at Boardwalk Casino, the 4th stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour in 2022, and we are having an amazing time. We cannot wait to see you guys in Vegas.
Vegas, the greatest spectacle of poker in the world.
Every single poker player has to come to Vegas. That's all I can say about Vegas.
Vegas, the capital city of poker.
Poker utopia.
Great experience, best place in the world.
Yeah, I love Vegas.
Can someone tell me?
It's a crazy, crazy city. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
And this time is going to be super.
As you all know, it's the Sunbet Poker Tour taking place.
All right, I'm going to say this with a wry smile because I've got the worst poker face in history, but it is time to get your poker face on. See, I'm trying and I'm failing. A new era of glamorous Texas Hold'em poker tours has arrived. I know this is going to get a lot of those weekend warriors excited, but we're looking for those of you who could change your life with this. Sunbet have partnered with the well-renowned Monster Jam Poker Tour to bring you Vegas right on your doorstep. doorstep at 4 of Sun International's most prestigious casinos. Open to all amateurs, from amateurs to professionals, in fact, with something to suit absolutely every kind of player. Now is your chance. And CEO of Monster Jam Poker Tour, Mark Joseph, is here to tell us a bit more about this very exciting tournament. Because poker makes us think we can, buddy. It makes us believe. We love it.
It's just been such an awesome journey for us to start off with, you know. Poker, like you said, it's a sport, you know. Not everyone has to look like you, like an athlete. They can look a little bit like me.
Check his poker face as he likes it.
You know what I'm saying? And they can all just sit around and get around a poker table and just enjoy themselves, you know. Poker is a very clever sport. It's your mind. It's me against you. It's not me against the casino or me against any odds. It's like my ability to work out how do you play, how do I play, what do I think you have, and it's really a fun sport. It's something that's very social. It gets people together. So poker used to be like quite intimidating, you know, because people would put on the TV and watch all these guys, these professional players playing really well. But we've tried to rechange the feel of poker. We want to invite everyone to come and play because really it's been taken over by youngsters. Everyone that wins all the big money now are young kids. They're university students, kids that can apply themselves, apply their minds. They study guides, they go online, they learn this kind of stuff. And what we do is we just open up. We have free games called free rolls. We have them at all Sun International casinos, and people can come down for absolutely free. We give them their first chip bank for nothing, and if they bust out and they like it, they can go and buy for like a really small price another bank. And if they don't like it and it's not for them, they say thank you, goodbye. They didn't have to do anything. The only thing they had to do was come there, be 18 years old, register on the Sun International MVG system, and they could play.
I love that.
So poker's been like amazing in South Africa. I would say the first real live tournament started back in 2006. We had $1 million event at a great venue called Sun City. It was absolutely fantastic. We had like 239 runners first time out. It was an event over a weekend. But when poker started in South Africa, it happened over a weekend. Like pretty much one event, one main event. Biggish buy-in, lots of rebuys and an add-on. You know, poker's changed its ways now. It's all re-entry tournaments, very few add-on events. You know, if you bust out, you go back to cage, buy another ticket, and you come back as a new entry. So, you know, that was back in those days. Poker since then has very much been on the up. We've had amazing stuff going in South Africa. Myself personally got involved in poker in about 2009 and got involved with just learning my way forward. And now, you know, we developed a company in 2015 called the Monster Jam Poker Tour. We've had 3 legs already this year. The first one in the province of Gauteng at a casino called Times Square. It's in Pretoria, and we had guaranteed 9 million rand for in terms of dollars, somewhere around about $750,000 we had guaranteed for that event, and that ended up being well over 20 million rand, which is pretty much like about $1.25 million. The second one at Sun City in the Northwest Province. The third one was in KwaZulu-Natal, which is a beautiful tropical province, at the Sabaya Kingdom Casino. So the last 3 stops have totaled around about $3 million, and our next stop is in the province in the Eastern Cape at a beautiful casino called the Boardwalk.
This is Mark Joseph coming to you from the Boardwalk Casino in the lovely Port Elizabeth. It's the 4th stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour. It's absolutely gorgeous. Make sure you get here.
Hi, my name is Clive Kikia. I'm down at the Boardwalk, supporting the Monster Jam Poker Tour, the Sunbet Poker Tour, now as it's called. I'm from Pietermaritzburg, well known in the poker community. I think it's a growing sport. A lot of people look at it as a sport, and so do I. I think it's fantastic the way it's growing and it's taking off, and hopefully we can be one of the best venues in the world at some point. Yes, I've probably played all of the stops. Times Square, Carnival City, Wild Coast, Sibaya, and here at the Boardwalk, and I'm looking forward to Cape Town at the Grand West. My favorite so far has been the Wild Coast Sun. Yes, I've made a final table that's I think 2 or 3. Of course, I'd like to win. I have won many of the tournaments, the smaller ones, but I'm waiting to win the big one, and I'm sure I'll be able to do it quite soon. Favorite starting hand? A lot of people ask that, and mine might sound a bit strange, but it's 10-2 of spades, a Doyle. It's called a Doyle Brunson. 10-2 of spades, nobody sees it coming, and I've won many a big pot with that hand. Unfortunately, no. I was supposed to go to Vegas just before COVID, and I do plan to go at some stage in the very near future. That's definitely one of my goals, and I believe any avid poker player would want to go to Vegas. So I'm definitely keen to go and will be going soon.
Right, hi, my name's Stephen Courtney. I'm from Cape Town and up here in Boardwalk doing round 4 of the Monster Jam series. Well, I'm fairly new at poker. I've only started playing live from late last year, started playing at the beginning of lockdown, but it seems to me like it's growing in the last year. I've really seen a pickup in especially the Monster Jam series, but also the play up in Joburg, so it seems like it's growing. Yeah, I've played the whole series, so this is round 4. I've played the other 3 in Times Square, Sun City and Sibaya, and yeah, I'm planning to do the 5th one in Cape Town as well. Yeah, so I've really had a good series at Monster Jam. I've managed to cash in the main of all the first 3, which is quite unique. I'm not sure if there's any other player that's managed to cash in all 3, so proud of that. And made the final table at Times Square. So that was the biggest tournament, 501 players. So it was my first Monster Jam, and to get to the final table, top 9 was great. Unfortunately got knocked out in 9th position, but really stoked to have made the final table there. So that's an interesting question because everyone has their favorite hands. Some of them are not great hands. Some people enjoy King 2, or I really enjoy Jack 10. I don't like Ace King. It's a bit of a trappy hand. Often people overvalue Ace King. I like King suited, King X suited. Many hands I enjoy. Everyone has their own favorite. So I've never been to Vegas. I've traveled a lot, but never for poker, and definitely have ambitions. I would love to make the top 10 to join the team going across. I'm currently ranked 23rd on the leaderboard, so need to get some lucky cashes to build up my points, but will certainly go next year if I get in. Otherwise, I'm going to look around and see what small tournaments there might be in Europe or Southeast Asia, and definitely have a plan to go and play somewhere overseas and get some experience. Definitely.